Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. It's Friday. It is the 8th of October, 2021. My name is Kerry Holzman, and I run a computer repair shop. I've been working as a technician in this industry nonstop for 30 consecutive years, and I just like to have a YouTube channel where I can share real professional experience that has sort of a different purpose behind it, rather than a hobbyist or enthusiast that are just sharing their joy and love of technology with no repercussions possible. I prefer to show the actual day-to-day type of work that you could expect if you wanted to do this as an actual career with accountability, responsibility, and earn a living from doing it, which means, you know, you've got to live up to certain standards. Hobbyist enthusiasts only have to live up to their own personal standards, and if they don't, there's no consequence. And that's all well and good, but unfortunately, here on YouTube, there's more of them than there are of actual professionals in the industry sharing their knowledge. And so I'm here to help fill that gap, and thank you guys for joining me today, because I have a system here that was upgraded back in August of 2018. Prior to that, it was a system that was in a pretty unique looking case, and it was my own personal computer before that. So this system goes back over a decade. Again, it's something you don't normally see on hobbyist and enthusiast channels. Some of them don't even last that long. As a professional, you're going to hopefully see the same customers over the years. And this is a prime example of that, where this person had come to me for help in resolving a need they had for a computer, and I ended up helping them out. And as I mentioned, that machine was then upgraded years later, which was back in August 2018. That was a two-part video, and the links for part 1 and part 2 of that video from August of 2018 are in the video notes below this video if you want to watch how we got here. So the question is, you know, if these are machines I build are typically 8-year builds, this is only 3 years since August of 2018, little more than 3 years. Why is it back already? What's wrong with it? So I would like for you guys to take a guess. And I think people who are professionals in the industry are probably going to be more likely to get the answer correct. However, that's not to say hobbyists and enthusiasts won't potentially guess it, but go ahead and give me your best guess. I'll give you a clue. There's nothing wrong with any of the components in the computer. So that's your biggest clue right there. And if you understand what happened in August of 2018 in the upgrade and what my requirements were according to the customer's needs, you'll understand immediately why it's back. So I'll wait and see what responses we get in the chat room. We'll see who's paying attention. In the meantime, we'll say hello to the folks joining me today. We've got a contribution from Larry Wood, who contributed 20 bucks even before the stream started. Hey, Larry, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that very much. And yes, I am back from Michigan. I always go to Michigan every fall. That's where I am from. It's nice to go home. Was a very relaxing trip. I am renewed and I am ready to get back to work. Ada Rivera says, greetings from the Caribbean. Or is it Caribbean? Welcome in. Craig Lilly saying hello. Old Man 55. John Paul Bacon. Daryl Loftus. Ken Stout. Matthew Groff. Arnold Albert. Patrick Rusaw. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Garcia Boy says hello from Southern Illinois. There's Luke Greenia. Hey, Luke. Good to see you, my friend. And Danny Hartline. Rare Apple 3 says hello. Jens Carlson says hello. Siegfried Samano says hello. Dan Nilsson and William Dawson, Philip Musto, Jim Maloney, Vince Morath, Bryce Hosking, and John Powell. John Aloy Sr. all saying, hello, welcome in, everybody. AC's drafting. There he is with a $20 contribution. He says, welcome back, Kerry. I hope the vacation was fantastic. Absolutely. I was this trip just was looking for a place where I would want to live, and did some less touristy stuff this year because this is my third year back to the same place. I wanted to look around the surrounding areas for potential home buying opportunities. And the homes there are selling like hotcakes, no differently than in Phoenix. There was a house I was very interested in buying, but it was on the market for 2 days and it was already sold and over asking. So, yeah, not the best time to be buying a house, but certainly was a great opportunity to look where I did and did not want to live. And I think I've established where I want to be. And we'll see how that pans out in the coming months. I've got a couple of real estate agents who know where I want to be and what I want and what my budget is. And I've asked them to keep an eye out for properties that meet all those requirements or come close to meeting all those requirements. And then we'll see where it goes. So, yeah, that was great to have finally been able to identify definite areas that I would like to live in and areas I definitely would not want to live in. And that was, a big hurdle to cross. So, yeah, we'll see how that pans out moving forward. But nothing will happen. I anticipate nothing's going to happen very quickly, but I hope by the first quarter or middle of next year that I have something in motion. Maybe. It's again, not a good time to be buying a house anyway, so we need the housing market to cool off too, because otherwise I will most assuredly be making a very bad investment, because when the housing market bursts, whatever you paid for the house will be much, much more than the house is worth. So I don't want to be in an upside down situation. But I will tell you what, the house I looked at, if it hadn't sold in 2 days, I would have made an offer for sure. But it's a very unique, very different house. There's no other house like it. It was perfect for me. So I'll keep looking. In the meantime, looking for any ideas on why this machine is back. Rick Lakes contributes $10. Hey, Rick, thank you. And Everardo with $5. Thank you, Everardo. Tony Wallow says hello. Hey, Tony. William Dawson says, I bet the computer came back because it was made for Windows 10 in 2018 and now it needs to be updated for Windows 11. A waste in some ways. No, that's not why it's back, but you're close. You're close. Danny Hartline with a $99.99 contribution. That's very, very generous. My goodness. Thank you, Danny. A shout out to Danny Hartline. You don't see that every day. If you're in the chat and you see Danny, tell him thank you. It's folks like that really make a big difference in how much content and the type of content I can bring you. So it never expected, but always appreciated when that sort of generosity appears. So thank you again to Danny. Daniel Bird says, Kerry, I'm glad you're back. I got COVID and I need more videos from you. All right, well, I'll try and keep you entertained as you fight that thing off. I'm sure you'll be fine. It's just miserable going through it, so I've been told. Luke Greenia says, I got my Kerry Holzman mouse pad. Man, this thing is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty exciting for a mouse pad. But I'm glad you like it, Luke. If you go back and you watch the video on this, you'll see that Windows 10 was not put on here. And this is because, so going back, I'm not going to force you to go back and rewatch it. I wouldn't even rewatch it. I don't watch my own stuff. But I was kind of curious if anybody would have remembered what we had to do on this. It's the same old story. As a computer technician, you're going to hear from customers, which is customers will often dismiss the importance of internet security, dismiss the importance of updating any sort of software regarding financial concerns, such as QuickBooks or Quicken. Generally, what you're going to hear as justification to downplay the importance of security is either one, they don't have the money, that's common, or two, they have software installed on the machine and they don't know where they got the software from, and they don't know if they can get the software again. And if we replace the operating system, the computer will no longer serve a major function they need it for without that software, and they don't know how, or they're unwilling to spend the money to replace the software. So I want you to understand the logic in this. The software is absolutely critical, but they don't want to pay for it. And most people don't care about internet security until they become a victim of identity theft or ransomware. And then by then it's too late and you're going to pay a lot more. And you're going to pay a lot more for a few reasons. One is the immediacy of the problem. Going to an emergency room was a lot more expensive than going to a scheduled doctor's appointment that's routine. If you need somebody on demand, you can expect to pay more. We live in an on-demand society, and it leads to some people having very unrealistic expectations to the limits of on-demand. For example, if your identity were to be stolen, it's quite likely you wouldn't find out about it for quite some time. And by then, the amount of damage that you will have to undo will require a lawyer, it will require government paperwork, and it will involve, on average, somewhere around $2,000 to $4,000 US over the course of approximately 2 years on average to correct all of this, versus paying the $30 a year for something like Malwarebytes, for example, which can go a long way. And of course, good behavioral practices of just making sure you've got all your data backed up. A lot of people don't understand what a backup is. A lot of consumers think that if you take your data and you put it on a backup drive, you've backed it up. And you need only read reviews from data recovery companies of people that have to send their backup drives in because all their data was lost when the backup drive failed. They're completely misunderstanding, miscomprehending the basic fundamentals of what a backup is. A backup is a copy, a duplication of data. It is a copy of the data, a duplicate of the data. It is not the only copy of the data. But these drives are marketed and sold as backup drives. So the customer says, that's my backup drive, and I put my backups on there. And what the customer is saying is, that is the external hard drive for which I put important files. I take the files and I move them off with a computer where it's connected to the internet and there are dangers, and I take them off of there and I relocate them onto this external drive for safety as a backup. But they don't, the basic fundamental of a backup isn't moving the data from one location to another. It's keeping the data in 2 or more locations at the same time. So, I've been doing this, like I said, over 3 decades, and after a while, it's sort of like there's a fast food chain here in the United States called Chick-fil-A. And at Chick-fil-A, if you say thank you to any employee there for any reason, the answer you will get back 99% of the time is, and again, you can try this at any Chick-fil-A anywhere in the country. You say thank you, and they will say, it's my pleasure. And after a while, it becomes so disingenuous and so insincere, the way that it's said, that there's no freedom of thought, that they're trained like machines to repeat certain words as a response to hearing certain words, that there's no human connection, it's all mechanical and robotic, that I stopped listening. it's just noise. It just becomes me saying thank you, which I mean sincerely, thank you, and them saying, "Wah, wah, 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 wah." Like it's just noise. It's so insincere. And I wish Chick-fil-A gave their employees the freedom to be themselves, to say, "You're welcome," or to say, you know, I don't know. There's a million things a person could say to exhibit their own personality in response to thank you. They say, "Oh no, thank you." There's a lot of different ways. But for them to always say the same thing, "My pleasure, it's my pleasure." So when the reason I tell you this story is because when I'm in this business, as I've been in this business, and I heard these customer concerns and anxieties over, I don't have the software to reinstall. Initially, I really tried hard to help move the software, find a way that we could keep it working. But these are the same people who don't want to pay you for your time. If they're not willing to repurchase the software, they're not going to give you, generally speaking, anything extra for going above and beyond something that's not your responsibility. And furthermore, also has consequences that if the software doesn't completely work or fails at some point, you were the one who touched it. So they're expecting support, and they don't expect to pay for that either. So it's best to just stay hands off with that if you want to stay sustainable and be able to help more people. You can't let one person monopolize your time and then not compensate you for that additional time that wasn't part of a general repair. But I still help my friends, and I'll still do what I can to assist a customer with those limitations in mind, that I don't want to bury myself into a project that isn't profitable or into a situation that's going to become a support nightmare. So what happened in this case is there was some software on here that customer didn't have, so they needed Windows 7. And I said, that's no problem. I can put Windows 7 on here, but support is going to end for Windows 7 within about, well, let's see, this was August of 2018, and Windows 7 support ended mid-January 2020. So I told him, I said, you're going to get about a year out of this machine. Once the support ends, you're no longer going to get updates. You're no longer going to be very safe on the internet. And it has nothing to do with what you do on the internet. The very fact that you are plugged in and turned on is all that's needed for your machine potentially to get hacked through open ports and lots of, installed software, whether it's Adobe Acrobat or Flash or Java or Microsoft Office or Windows itself, or the software he doesn't, have the installation for. Who knows what potential exploits exist within that as well. So I said, okay, I'll put the Windows 7 on you, but you've got a year to figure out what you want to do with this software, because tick tock, we can't stop progress for you. The world's going to march on with you or without you. So I can get you another year in 3 months or whatever it is, 4 months, and you will have to either learn to live without the software or keep this computer off the internet. I don't remember what the software was. I don't remember if the software requires the internet for anything. I don't remember. This happens to me so often, I don't even think about it anymore. I'm just not interested. Whatever the software is you have installed, you got it from somewhere. I didn't put it on there. So wherever you got it from, you need to go and get it again. I don't know what else to tell you. If I was around when you installed it, if you consulted me when you installed it, I would have made sure that we backed up the installation files and the product key. But even doing that doesn't mean it's going to work in Windows 10. So some people have asked me about Windows 11. Now this customer doesn't care if I give him Windows 11. He doesn't care. But I wouldn't do that to him because I like him. Windows 11, there's no purpose for its existence as of this time. There's no productivity enhancement. There's no reliability enhancement. In some cases, there's some performance degradation being reported. So I think Windows 11 will eventually be recommended by me, but probably not going to happen in about a year. Windows 11 does not immediately replace Windows 10. So people are getting these notifications when they go to Windows Update that your computer's not Windows 11 compatible. So what? So what? You don't want it. Trust me, you don't want Windows 11 unless you like headaches and you like to completely have to relearn how to navigate your operating system. None of my business clients are interested in paying their employees to be less productive because they can't find their programs and they can't find their settings, because the graphical user interface is the biggest change to Windows between Windows 10 and 11. And it's very disorienting, and it's frustrating, and it's a very costly thing for productivity. Windows 10 is valid, just as Windows 7 was valid until January of 2020. Windows 10 is valid until mid-October 2025. So you've got 4 years. And whatever machine you're using right now, in 4 years, it's probably due for replacement. I did a number of surveys here while I was on vacation, and I was curious how people spend their money. People who claim they can't afford a computer, and yet you wonder, well, how much are you spending on clothes? People that think a computer should last for 15 years, but they buy a new phone every 2 years. People that claim they don't have money, but in fact, from the surveys, they do have money. They just don't think they should have to pay for a computer more than once every 15 years. But paying for a phone once every 2 years, in some cases, the phone is more money. That seems reasonable to them. So I'm not judging it. I'm just trying to understand what the logic is here. Now, some people will say, well, I don't have a new phone or a new computer and I don't buy any clothes. Okay, well, I don't own a Tesla. And the reason I don't own a Tesla is because I cannot afford one. So you're not entitled to own these things. If you can't afford one, perhaps if it's that important to you, you would put the effort forth to earn the money to buy one, because quite honestly, these machines have a life of expectancy of about 8 years. I would say 8 years, and they'll still run after that, but they start running into issues potentially with software updates, and security potentially is the biggest issue. It's not really so much about performance anymore. We've sort of passed that 10 years ago. Machines today run more or less the same speed. Storage has gotten faster. CPUs are still 3 gigahertz and greater frequency, as they have been for over a decade. Yeah, we'll give you some more cores, we'll bump up the caches, we'll give you the appearance of going faster, but it's not much has really been done in that way. But security-wise, the internet is far more dangerous now than it's ever been. And the amount of money being made in theft and identity theft and credit card theft and ransomware is into the billions of dollars, and it's growing every single day. It is worse today than it was yesterday, and it'll be worse tomorrow. And those hackers are using the latest and greatest technology to hack you. So it's sort of like saying, I'm going to go to war against a country that has ballistic laser-guided missiles, but I'm not going to upgrade my weapon systems, which are sticks. I've got sharpened, pointy sticks called spears, and I can't afford, or put whatever excuse you want. You are not going to win that war. And if you don't want to go to war, but you're just blindly attacked, even though you did nothing wrong, you have no way to defend yourself. And so then the news stories, you go to bleepingcomputer.com/news and just read every day more and more of this nonsense of companies that can't afford proper security and are victimized to the tune of millions of dollars over something that would have cost thousands of dollars to prevent. So they never have the money to prevent it. They always have the money to fix it because they do not have a choice. When they're given a choice, they choose poorly. So Here we are now. Windows 7 support ended almost 2 years ago. And I advised the client, every day you hook this thing up to the internet, you're taking a chance. And every day is more dangerous than the day before. And you may already be hacked and you don't even know it. Or everything could be fine. But without those updates, there's really nothing to patch any exploits within the operational files of Windows that hackers can use to exploit and do whatever they potentially want to do. And you wouldn't necessarily know any of it was ever happening. It's kind of a scary thing. So the best thing you can do, of course, is make sure you're at least using a supported operating system. Now, one of the things you'll encounter if you decide to talk to the public, as I do, is there's a portion of the public who has a listening comprehension problem. And it can be very frustrating to take time out of your day to try to help somebody, only to find out they didn't listen to you, or they didn't ask any questions regarding confirming their understanding of what you're saying. And this gets a little maddening because it's a disease. It's a degradation of brain function that I'm very, very concerned about is going to continue and degrade further. And I'll give you a simple example, which would be numerous people have said, how can you say you don't recommend Windows 11 when you always say people should run the latest operating system? I've never said that. If you think I've said that, I'd say raise your hand, but I can't see you. I have never, those words have never left my lips. Never, never, never. And this is the exact problem I'm talking about. I'm very carefully picking my words most of the time, and I'm desperate to be understood. And so I feel like I have failed to communicate when I'm misunderstood. But then I wonder, how could I have been any clearer? Well, if I go back and listen again, I'm pretty clear. I always suggest you keep your computer updated. Those Windows updates are critical to your security. I always say you should be using a supported operating system at all times when you're connected to the internet for security reasons. I don't care if it's Linux or Mac or Windows or a Chromebook. I don't care if it's your Android or your iOS phone. Get those updates. Be sure you are getting updates. And for some reason, there is a portion of the public that hears me say blah, 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 upgrades. Oh, Kerry recommends everybody always upgrade their computers, so he should be recommending Windows 11. An upgrade and an update, they're two different words. We have them in the English language because they are not synonymous. They're completely different definitions. Keep your computer updated. I don't care if you keep your computer upgraded. I don't care about your upgrades. I don't care. What I care about is that you're updated. So it's important that you always use a supported operating system. When Windows 7 support ended in January 14th of 2020, it was no longer getting any more updates, so it was starting to stagnate. When the fruit is still attached to the tree, it continues to grow. But when you detach it from the tree, all the growth stops and it starts to die. You have a certain period of time to consume that product before it goes bad. The same can be said for an operating system. It doesn't immediately become dangerous or a risk on January 15th because it was only getting updates monthly. But after that first month with no updates, you're now at risk. And every month that continues without updates, your risk continues to double in on itself. So you go from, say, 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64. It just doubles and doubles and doubles like those numbers I just said. And the fact that people aren't computer savvy enough to understand the risks is a justification for dismissing the value of security until it happens to them. And then they wonder what they did. And it's not about what you did, it's about what you didn't do, which was stay safe. That's all. That's all it is. It's quite simple. Windows 11 will eventually be a recommended operating system, I predict. I could be wrong. We could be in another Windows 8 situation. Like for me, I never went to Windows 8. I went from Windows 7 directly to Windows 10. I never went to Windows 8. And I didn't go to Windows Vista either. I went from Windows XP to Windows 7. I did not go to Vista. So it's quite possible that a Windows 12 comes out depending on the public's reaction to Windows 11. And I might personally skip over 11 altogether if that happens. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Windows 11 is going to be, the features are going to be added to it, and it's going to eventually be able to do things Windows 10 cannot do, and that will then justify installing it. But for right now, there doesn't appear to be any justification to install Windows 11, as to the best of my knowledge, everything Windows 11 does, Windows 10 already does. There might be a few little minor things like auto HDR and stuff that the vast majority of end users just don't care about. Some people are tinkerers and they enjoy playing with a new operating system. Hey, don't let me get in your way, have fun. It's people like that that will take care of discovering all the bugs and problems so people like us won't have to deal with it, because people like that did it for us. So please, have fun. Knock yourself out. Install it right away under that circumstance. Enjoy the exploration and frustrations of being a pioneer. However, I don't recommend it to my customers because it costs them money when things break. And then that makes me busy having to fix problems that shouldn't have existed because there was no purpose. There was no benefit to accepting that risk and taking that time with no payoff. But I do predict that will change. And when it changes, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I'm recommending against Windows 11. You can skip it for now. There's nothing that it does that you need, that you can't already do in Windows 10. It's a curiosity at best at this point. But there will come a day where it will become recommended by me. That's what I predict, and it'll probably be in about a year. In most cases, it's usually a year. I didn't jump to Windows 10 right away. I always wait and let them work out all the kinks and issues of any new product. I wouldn't buy a new Ford Bronco. It's a brand new car, first generation. It's got all kinds of problems, and they're still finding more. They will be addressed and fixed, and then the Ford Bronco will be a better car as a result. And so I thank all the buyers who want to be the first and pay top dollar to have something very few people have. And you're also going to have problems other people with other cars don't have because their cars are more mature. So it's just the same thing. It applies the same with computers as it does in other areas of life. And that's my philosophy as a professional technician trying to run a sustainable business, keep my customers productive, safe, and also make sure that they have performance and reliability in the machines. And we can expect to get 8 years out of a brand new computer. That's a very realistic thing to expect. If you're going to go beyond 8 years, you do so accepting the consequences of your decision. Should those bad things happen, you only have yourself to blame. It's not my problem. I'm just advising you as a business consultant, as I would anybody who would pay me for such consultancy. And your agreement or disagreement is unnecessary. It doesn't matter to me because I'm not held accountable or responsible for the things that might or might not happen to you. I am to my customers, and it's important in order for me to stay in business that I'm able to ensure my customers stay happy And that includes the price they pay, the amount of service they require, and the frequency with which they require it. Those things all have to be low, or I'm going to get replaced. So, January, Windows 7 support ended, January 2020. Microsoft likes to end support on the 14th of the month. Right? So like Windows 10 support ends in October 14th, 2025. Windows 7 support ended January 14th, 2020, et cetera, et cetera. And he continued to use the computer knowing full well the dangers and the risks he was taking daily. And to the best of all of our knowledge, nothing bad has happened. Right? I'm not saying it's guaranteed. Oh, it's definitely going to happen. I mean, you could drive a car without insurance. It doesn't mean you're going to get into a car accident. You can drive a car on bald tires. It doesn't mean you're going to lose control of the car. It's just more likely. So he said, look, I'm ready to put Windows 10 on this. What do we have to do to upgrade it? And I said, well, I don't remember what I built for you. I'll have to have it in front of me. And, while I've got it, it's been 3 years, maybe we can upgrade it so we can start the clock over at 8 years again. If we continue with this, guess what? If the computer's got an 8-year lifespan on average, we're on year 3, working towards year 4, because we're past year 3, the life is cut in half. It's nearly cut in half right now. So if I take care of this and upgrade it now, even though it doesn't technically need an upgrade, it shouldn't need to come back again until 2029, 2028. And on the other hand, if he wants to install Windows 11 a year from now, it's possible that this hardware isn't set up for that. I think it'd be okay, but I'm not sure. I have a customer who reached out to me on the day Windows 11 was released, and they got the notice on Windows Update, your computer doesn't meet the requirements. By the way, this $4,200 machine here that I'm streaming to you on also gets the same Windows Update message. It's a 9900 KS with 64 gigs of RAM and a 3080 graphics card. And you're going to tell me, or it's a 3070, that machine is not Windows 11 capable. No, of course it is. So Microsoft is their approach on this is quite interesting, but it's resulting in customers thinking something's wrong. So I was talking with this customer, and I hadn't heard from him in a while, as is the case with most of my customers. If you build them a good machine, and they're not going in there and tinkering with it, but they actually use it, use the software. They're not opening up the box and trying to change the hardware themselves. They just keep it buttoned up and use it. Years can go by, certainly months can go by between phone calls, between clients. So this client I hadn't heard from probably, well, we upgraded his laptop here on the show back at Studio A. It's about 18 months ago, 2 years ago. Anyway, he calls me. I'm on vacation. I'm in the car. I'm driving. Phone rings. He says, yeah, I'm getting this notice that my computer is not compatible with Windows 11. I said, yeah, Windows 11 came out. This was on Tuesday. It was like, it came out today, and it's certainly nothing you should jump on day one, number one. Number two, I said, I don't know if that computer can run it or not. When did we build it? And, I always have these stickers for this reason. And his said 2015. I said, ooh, 2015. Time flies when you're having fun. That computer's 6 years old. I said, I'll tell you what, if I were you, here's what I would do. Windows 10 support doesn't end until October of 2025. And when your computer is 8 years old, in 3 years, actually in 2 years, I said in 2 years' time, your computer will be 8 years old. Then you should have me build you a new computer. And when I build you the new computer, I'll probably be installing Windows 11. That'll probably be the new standard. But there's no reason for you to go to it today. There's no reason for us to investigate this and find out if your computer can be upgraded to Windows 11, because you're right on the edge. You're right on that cutoff point at 2015. So I'm not sure which processor I put in there, but I said it's quite possible it could run Windows 11, but given that Windows 11 won't do anything that Windows 10 doesn't already do, and given that it just came out that day, and given that you're not a computer techie type person, there doesn't seem to be any reason that we should worry about this. But I'd say in 2 years' time, give me a call and let's talk about building you a replacement machine. And this customer still has the machine before that one, which was about 8 years old when I built this one. So the one I built in 2015 was replacing one I built in 2007. And he still got both machines. He doesn't really use the one from 2007, but he still got it and it still works. It's just not very useful. And so with this discussion with this customer, I thought, well, if we go ahead and upgrade him now, get him a newer motherboard, newer processor, if he wants to upgrade to Windows 11 in a year or two, he's ready to go. He's out of state, so this has to be shipped. If he was local, and I should specify, the customer that I had the discussion with, who I said you should wait, he's a local customer. He's 20 minutes away from me. This customer is 5 hours away from me. This has to be shipped. So it's not convenient to say, well, just ship it back to me in 2 years. If we don't upgrade it, given that it was built in 2018, and he decides Windows 11's been out for a year or two and I'd like it, then we're back to square one again, potentially, with any sort of compatibility issues like turning TPM on or something like that. And that's going to be a very difficult thing to walk him through over the phone when I can't see it, and every motherboard BIOS, for the most part, is different. If I take care of it now, like I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking, what's going to happen years from now? Is this going to be sent back to me sooner or later? And I have that ability to control that right now as I make these decisions. Again, something a hobbyist and an enthusiast does not have to care about is my main number one concern as a professional, is how do I give the customer the best experience? And the best experience for most customers is you fix it once and they don't have to see you again for a long, long time. And they will love you and they will come back when they need to. But the problem with that process is it requires you to have a lot of customers. You're not going to get the same customer over and over and over quickly enough. If you've got to wait 5 to 8 years to build a computer for one customer, then you need a lot of customers to fill in that period of time. It's like how farmers have to, certain crops come in season once a year. I think pistachios come in season in September. So they've got to harvest millions of pistachios off the farm in this 1 month, and then you've got to store them so that you can continue to process them and sell them the other 11 months of the year until you're ready for another harvest. Orange juice, they're squeezing orange juice, they're squeezing oranges, and the orange juice will sit in a vat for months before it is turned into the orange juice you buy at the grocery store. It could even sit for up to a year in a vat. And in that year, all the flavor goes away. So they have to add flavor. It doesn't say they do this on your orange juice. But if you buy fresh orange juice from the store, there's nothing fresh about it. It could have been stored up to a year to the point where it has lost all of its flavor. And then they just introduce flavor packs into it to make it taste like orange juice again, which is made from oranges. I mean, it's still technically orange juice, but it's very processed. But that's how you're able to sell a product where you have a certain harvest time and you've got to be able to sell it throughout the entire year. How is that possible? Or in other cases, again, using farming, the pineapple plant grows one pineapple. Okay, so if you want to sell 1,000 pineapples, you need 1,000 plants, and each one will bear one fruit. You've got to think ahead. You've got to plan ahead as a farmer or as somebody who's going to sell pineapples. How much are you going to sell this month? How much are you going to sell next month? And you've got to plan that so that you're never without pineapples, right? So I like to use these analogies because in most cases, these analogies fall in line very similar to other areas in life. And so when it comes to the customer service of a computer, if a customer has to keep calling you over and over and over again, not only are you going to get frustrated, they're going to get frustrated, and they're going to doubt your skill set. If a customer calls you, you fix a problem, and you don't hear from that customer again in another year and a half, that keeps the customer happy, but you have to come up with another way to generate revenue, which means you need to have more customers. And you hopefully will have them spaced out so that they're all not hitting you at the same time, and that you have a regular, sustainable income that you can count on month to month and year to year, rather than just focusing all your efforts on one client and hopefully they continue to order from you. Because you lose the one client, you're out of work. In that case, you're no longer self-employed. You might as well have just gone to work for somebody. And then when you lose your job, you're back to looking for work again. So that's what's going through my mind on nearly every repair or upgrade or build, is how do I build it or upgrade it or repair it in such a way that it will resolve the problem indefinitely so the customer never has to call me back again. Now, there are acts of nature that occur that no matter how good you build the computer and how much care you take to avoid problems, a big storm can roll in. Customer had ordered a computer from me, and when it arrived, I guess the RAM had jostled loose. And so they were getting these random blue screens, and the customer is, several thousand miles, nearly 2,000 miles away. So I had them remove the RAM sticks one at a time. And they ended up reseating the RAM, and the problem solved. It was perfect. So about 6 months goes by, and I'm accustomed to not hearing from these customers for years on a new build like that. And it turns out some lightning had struck very close to their home, and it appears to have fried the computer. So the customer went to the store and bought a power supply, put the power supply in, and the system, it powers on, but nothing happens, I guess, is what's happening. And the customer told me what power supply they bought, and I said, well, I wouldn't have recommended that power supply. And remember, there's a whole misunderstanding that occurs in society now that didn't happen when I was younger. It's the best I can explain it, it's a form of a brain degradation or a disease. And it seems to be affecting society like a disease, where more and more people seem to be affected and infected by it, where they don't listen. So the customer said immediately, it's almost like I told them, it was almost like what they heard was, you're stupid for buying that terrible power supply. But that's not what I said. What I said was, I would not have recommended that power supply. If you had called me with this problem, I would not have advised you to buy that power supply. And he says, well, it's an EVGA power supply, just like the one that's in there. Like, he's incredulous. He's like, how can you say this to me? I said, how much did you pay for that power supply? I paid $70. I go, okay, you paid $70 for a $40 power supply. EVGA sells a number of different power supplies. And their marketing comes up with these reasons to justify a higher sales price, which is a higher profit margin, and to convince you, the consumer, that you should buy the more expensive one when it would do you absolutely no benefit whatsoever from the $40 version. There's nothing wrong with the power supply you bought. It's a fine power supply, but you paid nearly double than what I would have advised you to buy. And now that you've bought it and you've installed it, you'll see it made no difference whatsoever anyway. So the $40 power supply, heck, He could have bought a $25 EVGA power supply when they go on sale, depending on when he had the problem. But he decided to diagnose it and try and repair it without any discussion with me whatsoever. All right. So what happens now? Guy can't work. He's working remotely. I said, well, if you send the computer back to me, and if there was a big EMP, because he didn't lose power, and his monitors still work, and everything was plugged into the same surge protector, only the computer was affected. And the only thing I can think is that there was an electromagnetic pulse from the lightning bolt that fried some of the circuitry of the computer, but I won't know until I see it. So I said, well, you can mail the system to me and I can rebuild it, but to be honest, I go, that was a budget computer. And the cost of shipping it to you, and then the cost of you shipping it back to me, and then I rebuild it and ship it back to you again, far exceeds the cost of just building you a brand new computer. Because the only thing potentially we can reuse is your power supply, your case, and your DVD drive. We're going to have to probably replace the RAM, the CPU, and the motherboard. So you might as well just keep that computer. There's no sense sending it back, because the cost of replacing those 3 items that we would save is more than the cost of shipping it to me and then me shipping it back to you again. I'm going to have to ship it to you anyway, right? I'm going to have to ship you something. So why are we doubling the cost of shipping when it's a break even on just replacing everything? If it's $120 to ship that computer to me, I can buy the case, the power supply, and the DVD drive for about $120. So what are we doing? I said, you might as well just keep the computer. Just keep it. There's no sense sending that back to me. And I'll build you a new one, and I'll ship you the new one. And if you happen to be in town, bring it with you, the old one, and I'll take it. But otherwise, it's trash. That's the downside of buying a budget computer, is it can cost more to fix it than it would be to replace it. Furthermore, it delays the repair time, because then I would have to wait to receive it, right? Because he's going to have to go to the FedEx store and have it boxed and shipped whenever he has time to do that. It's going to be a few days before I receive it. And then once I receive it, I'm going to diagnose it. And chances are, I'm not going to trust anything in there. Even if the CPU passes, I just don't know that I can trust it anymore. And given that there was a seating problem with the RAM right out of the box, I want to replace the motherboard for sure, and the RAM for sure. So I'm going to do that. I might as well just change out the CPU. So what's left? The storage? I guess. The storage, depending on what size storage, it could be $50 or $100. Again, not a major expense. And what if there was damage to that doesn't show up for 10 months? So I'm always thinking ahead. What's going to get this customer the best end experience? But that customer lives in an area where it storms all the time. They're like in, Indiana or somewhere where it's just constant thunder and lightning. That's just a normal day. And chances are it's just going to happen again. And I don't know any way to protect from that. So we can't prevent all problems. But I also don't want to be so sloppy as to just slap something together and just tell a customer to mail it back if there's a problem, because it's expensive and time consuming and extremely inconvenient. And it also, again, can leave your customer with the impression that you don't know what you're doing or you don't care. So those are the reasons that I emphasize being a professional versus being a hobbyist or enthusiast, because the pressure does not exist for a hobbyist or enthusiast. There's no pressure at all. I was trying to explain to someone the other day that my version of retiring is that I work when I want to work because I want to work, not because I have to. The minute you have to do something, there's pressure. So I would love to continue always working on computers, but I would like to do it with the pressure removed. If we can take the pressure off, it would be a lot more enjoyable for me. And then I would likely then be classified as a hobbyist or an enthusiast. You following me? One is not better than the other, but they are different. I'm just trying to have you identify how they're different. They are not the same in any way. They're not even similar. That pressure will make or break somebody in the industry, but it will never change a hobbyist or enthusiast. So ideally, it would be great to work as a professional, but without the pressure that comes along with being a professional. And that's my version of what I would call retired. I've just looked back at this computer on the back here, and I just realized the customer failed to remove all the USB dongles. So I've got the wireless keyboard or mouse dongle here. And what's upsetting about this is I will frequently forget to give these back to the customer. So I always tell customers, hey, before you ship your computer to me, make sure, check your DVD drive, make sure there's no disk in it because they can get jammed in there in shipping and then the drawer won't open. Make sure you unplug and remove any USB devices because you may not get them back. So now I don't know, I'm going to have to tape this or something to the computer so I don't forget it. So that's one more thing to add to the pressure. Don't forget to send that. You know what's going to happen if I send this back to my customer without this? Customer's going to be all excited. My computer's coming today. I've been watching the tracking info. I'm going to be here to sign for it. I can't wait. Finally going to get it back. They're going to start plugging it in, and they're going to go, where's my keyboard and mouse? It's not working. I'm going to get a support call. You need this. Guess what? I'll stop everything I'm doing. Go get an envelope that's padded. Give me your address. I'll take it to the post office so it can be weighed. Pay for the postage, and you'll have it another 2 or 3 days. You think I'm happy about it? You think the customer's happy about it? Customer should not have sent this. But here we are. Now I have to deal with it. I don't have a choice. Customer had a choice, and the customer chose to move quickly instead of making sure they had everything. They did it haphazardly. So now the customer may be inconvenienced because of that. I am certainly inconvenienced because of it. And again, nothing a hobbyist or enthusiast has to worry about. Now, I don't remember what I built in here, so we'll take the side panel off. It's looking pretty dusty. I haven't done anything with this computer off camera other than take it out of its shipping box. So it looks like it's just been collecting desert dust for the last 3 years. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, I think I know what this is. This is an Asus Z87 board. So when this was built in 2018, I must have had this lying around from another customer's upgrade. And I'm sure that I did this for free. I'm sure what I did is I said, hey, I'm going to grab a 200R case. Let's get rid of this funky case he had. And I don't know if I moved the optical drive or if that's a new optical drive, but those are $20. There's an EVGA 430 watt CPU in there, 2 sticks of RAM. There's no M.2 drive in there. It's got he was upgraded to a solid state drive, which is still fine, no problems, but it's a 2.5-inch solid state drive installed here. So this machine, like I said, I think this was a free upgrade. You'd have to go back and watch the video. But I'm pretty sure that this Z87 board was something I pulled out of an upgrade for somebody else, because I wouldn't normally use a Z87 board, certainly not from Asus. And a Z87 board, well, it will have USB 3. You're looking at a board that's, let's see. What year did that come out? 2013. So that's 8 years ago. And here we are. So he couldn't have Windows 11 on this if he wanted it because the hardware is too old. The machine works perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with the motherboard. There's nothing wrong with the RAM. There's nothing wrong with the power supply. There's nothing wrong with the solid state drive. There's nothing wrong with the optical drive. There's nothing wrong with the case. They function today the same as they functioned in 2013. And that's the problem. They're not secure. So there is no way to secure this other than perhaps use an installation of Linux that's not as power hungry, which this customer most certainly will never do because they're not a technical person. They don't want to be a technical person. It's like trying to teach somebody about their car and they're not interested. You just show me where the gas goes, and if I have any problems, I'll let you fix it. All right? That's a very common attitude that I have with most customers, which is great because without those customers who just can't be bothered, I wouldn't have a job. But this definitely all has to come out and be upgraded. And I don't know that I'll keep the power supply. We can keep the optical drive. I don't care about that. I would like to replace the solid state drive with an M.2 strictly because there's no cabling. It's a cleaner install. And certainly time to get a more modern motherboard, processor, and RAM. So we're going to do an 8-year build is what we're going to do for this customer. And this customer wasn't charged for this. I said, here, this is me just, he didn't ask me to do this. If you go back to the original video, he asked me to fix his current computer, which was much, much older than this. And I thought about, he had 24 hours, I think. He was in town, he brought it out with him. He was in town for 24 hours, and I had to get this thing diagnosed and fixed and back to him before he was leaving. So I guess what I decided to do was, the case was hard to work in. I said, let me bump him up to a Corsair 200R. Let's put the Z87 board in here that I have in the office laying around. And let's clone his data, because he wanted a system that would run Windows 7. And for me to try to put Windows 7 on something newer than this would have required hours and hours of experimentation in drivers to make it work. And even then, it wouldn't work optimally. I could probably get it to work, but Windows 7 just wasn't designed for NVMe drives and USB 3.2 and all the other technology that's come out since then. So while you can make it work, it's just not going to work well. Not in my opinion. So that was the other reason I went with the old hardware, because that ensured that I can move or clone his Windows 7 from his current machine, which had a mechanical hard drive in it, to a solid state drive on more modern hardware, and then give it to him as a gift and, surprise him. I didn't ask him for permission. And he was delighted. He was totally ecstatic. This machine was so much faster and quieter, and it was in a new case, so psychologically it was like new, right? And that's why that hardware was used in 2018, when it was already 5 years old at the time, which was probably 10 years newer than what he had. But you can go back to those videos. Part 1 and Part 2 are posted. Those are live videos just like this that took place in August of 2018, and you can watch that whole process go down. But that's the summary. That's the TLDR. That's how we got from there to here. Cheryl Warshawski contributes $5 Canadian. Hey, Cheryl, thank you for your support. Chris Garrett mentions putting a dongle in an envelope and just putting a stamp on it. What happens is when the envelopes go through the machines at the post office, they get squished. And what happens a lot of times, and I can tell you because it's happened to me enough times that I won't do that anymore, is the dongle gets pushed out of the envelope. The where the envelope is folded, the edges, it just tears and you get an empty envelope. So it's important you use a padded envelope. The other thing that can happen is this gets crushed. You have to understand the post office has a special stamp if you want something hand sorted. Without that stamp, it's going through the machines. If this jams up the machine, the postmaster can send you a bill for damaging the machines for not properly identifying what was in that package. So you're taking a risk that you're not going to get the device if you stick it in a regular paper envelope, a normal letter size envelope. You also risk damaging the postal machines, and you will be billed for it because they know which letter caused it, which has got your address right on it. And you also risk damaging the piece that's inside of it. Those sorting machines are for letters only. If anything can't be bent, like my case badges, those have to be hand sorted. If anybody's ever received a case badge from me, you'll notice there's a big red stamp on the envelope that says hand sort only, or it says non-machinable. It'll say one of those two things. And that means don't put this in the machine, because those case badges will cause if it goes through the machine just right, it'll seize the whole machine and stop the whole production line. And then I'm probably going to get an invoice. But the post office doesn't know what you're mailing, right? So nothing stops you from doing that. But I did have a situation where I left 2 dongles on a computer that was shipped, and I asked the person, hey, could you ship those back to me? And they dropped them into a paper envelope, just a standard letter envelope. And when I got the envelope, it was torn right on the corner, and 1 dongle was in there and the other dongle was gone. And since I didn't specify to put it in a padded envelope, that was my fault. I should have told them. So I had to replace that keyboard or that mouse. I think the cost of the dongle was $5 less than just replacing the whole thing. So anyway, just so you know, telling you from experience that I have personally experienced, not from Reddit forums, not from watching YouTube videos. I'm sharing real experience. If you want to dismiss that, be my guest. But I won't do that anymore. David Starbuck said, my job would be boring without the pressure. Yeah, some people like pressure. Depends what it is. Depends on the consequences. Yates Networks with a $5 contribution says, Carrie, thanks for all you do. Keep up the great work and wisdom. Your channel makes me a better tech. Right on. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Matt Power with a $5 contribution. Hey, Matt, thank you. Hey, there's Thomas Backenstow. Thomas contributes $20. Thanks, Tom. Marco joins us. Welcome in, Marco. Sarge Tech. Chrissy B. What processor does this have? That should be in the, all the parts should be in the, remember when I said it's like I talk and some people just don't hear me? It's very strange. So the video where I built this explains what all this is. I don't remember. I've done a lot of videos since August of 2018. I haven't done anything to this computer. I took it out of the box. I haven't plugged it in or turned it on, and nor would I want to. There's no reason for me to do that because there's nothing on here that we need. What the customer would like me to do is to upgrade this machine to something modern. He understands that his data, and only his data, are going to get moved, and any programs will have to be reinstalled. He has now come to accept that, and he's got the right expectations, he's got the right timeline and the right budget to do something reasonable for him that should keep him happy for many more years. He did not want to go with my advice when I did this, and I warned him. He's like, I'm just not ready yet. I'm not ready to give up my Windows 7 and my applications. I said, okay, well, I said, you've got a little over a year to be ready. And after that, you're on your own. I can't help you. And it's been a whole nother year after that where I finally got the call. Okay, I'm ready. So it was never a question of money. Customers got money. And in fact, what I did for free anyway. This was a question of an emotional attachment that was not logical, that I could not in any way convince the customer to alter their perspective, because it wasn't a logical decision. It was an emotional one. And now that they've had 3 years basically since I did this to really accept reality rather than accepting it 3 years ago, they needed 3 years to finally say, okay, I'm ready to accept this reality and move forward. Okay. I'm glad he got there. That's all I can say. He got there. I would have preferred he got there 3 years ago, but this is very, very common. Very common. People often cannot explain to you the justifications. Sometimes they can. Sometimes they'll say, well, there's a piece of software that I'm only going to use it another 6 months. And then I'm getting out of that business. I'm never going to need it again. So in 6 months, I'll be ready. This customer couldn't say that. This customer couldn't tell me if they would ever be ready. And that's okay. It's just like, okay, I can't help you anymore. Don't ask me for any more help unless the help you want is to get you up to date and current. As far as keeping this running, this is the last thing I can do for this with Windows 7 at that time in August of 2018. I cannot do any more for you. Please don't ask me to, because if you do, the answer is going to be, I'm sorry, I can't. But when you're ready to replace it, I can help you again, and we can keep you current, and I'll feel a lot better about your safety online. Even though it's not a guarantee, it's certainly stacking the odds in your favor that you'll be less likely a victim than if you continue to insist on running an old, obsolete operating system. An old hardware, regardless of the operating system, has exploits of its own, as we've already talked about. So here we are, and I guess I'm just going to go ahead and start dismantling some things. Jason Willis says, change can be scary. That's an adult disease. That's not a disease children have. Children, when you're born and you see the world, everything is new. You understand? You experience so much in the first 20 years of your life. Most of us experience so much of the world, and it's exciting. And after that, you start to see patterns, and you start to see the same things over and over and over again, and it's no big deal to you anymore. So, for example, if aliens came down and landed on the earth today, we would all be like, wow, aliens. But to children born into the world with the aliens already here, they're like, yeah, so what? So there's aliens, who cares? Why is that a big deal? Because they came into the world where it's already here. They wouldn't be afraid of it or challenge it because they don't know any better. They have nothing to compare it to. And as we get older, we start getting this disease. It's just another mental disease that is, it's risk avoidance. It affects so many people that I witness in everyday life. All I can do is shake my head at it and walk away, because there's just people are living, but they're not alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not really alive. It's like living for the sake of living instead of living for the sake of excitement, or living for the sake of challenges and fulfillment, or living for the sake of making a difference in the world, or living for the sake of experiences. I don't want any new experiences. Just keep everything the same until I die. That is not a life well lived, in my opinion. But it's not my life. And if that's how people want to live their life, playing everything safe and cautious and never experiencing anything different, I just feel bad for them. I think, gosh, what a waste of a life. That life could have, if that life were given to somebody else who had passed on, what could they have done with that time to change society or to make the world a better place, or even to fulfill themselves more with experiences that the other person is afraid to have? I just think it's a shame. It's like having $1 billion, but you're so afraid of losing it, you won't spend it. Well, guess what? That's the same as being broke. The psychology behind it is twisted, and it is a disease. Because once you can, if you can shake yourself out of that, there's still time. But you have to voluntarily make the effort. Nobody can do it for you. You have to just decide one day, I'm not going to live like this anymore. And if you need any inspiration, look to children. Children do not have this mental deficiency. They are not afraid of new things. Children love new things. They get excited about new things. And then they get older, and a lot of them start getting afraid of new things, and then start new thing avoidance. And then I'm sure depression isn't far behind that. But all right. Anyway, contribution came in, and that's from Nicholas Menard with a $10 Canadian contribution. He says, Carrie, do you know of a way to get notified when NVIDIA releases new drivers? I know about the GeForce experience, but I don't use any of the features. I don't know if there's any other way, though. I always install the GeForce experience. I don't use it other than it alerts me when there's a new driver update. Because the GeForce experience requires a login, I set that up at some point, but I don't remember what my password is, and I don't want to go through the whole process of resetting it. So I don't actually get the download from GeForce experience. I just use the system icon tray to alert me that, hey, there's a new driver. When I see the alert done on the system tray, I go to NVIDIA.com and I download the driver. I'm not aware of any other way of knowing if there's a new driver apart from making it a routine to check. Usually every 3 or 4 weeks, NVIDIA releases a new driver. So if you make it a point to check your driver on a certain day of the month every month, you'll probably be just fine. But if you want the driver the day it comes out, you can just install the GeForce experience and don't sign into it. Just don't even have it pop up. It'll just sit down in the system tray, and you'll get the little exclamation point that a new driver is available, and then you can go to NVIDIA.com and download that driver just as you normally would anyway. That's how I do it. Jim Maloney says, Carrie, I just bought your Windows 10 and Office 16 combo for a build I'm making for my sister in Louisiana. Thank you. Jim, you should not have bought the Office 16, man. Office 2021 has come out. I think it's already out. And Office 16 support is going to end real soon. Office 2016 end of life. No, I guess you're okay. You're okay until the same as Windows 10, October 14th, 2025. But if you'd have bought Office 2019 instead, and I realize it's about $15 more, then you'd be good until October 14th, 2025. Wait, what? Office 2019 and Office 2016 both end extended support on the same day? What? What about Office 2021? Office 2021 launches later this year. Three days ago, Office 2021 was released. But I don't see anything about its expiration date of support. All right, well, anyway, I thought was pretty sure Office 2016 support ended before Office 2019 support. So I'm always buying Office 2019 for that reason. There's no other reason I buy Office 2019 over 2016. There's no particular feature that I'm going for. I'm wanting to get the most amount for my customers' money. So if I'm getting the 2019 version, it should in theory have longer support than 2016. So I'm gonna have to look into this a little more because that doesn't make any sense. But thank you, Jim. I appreciate you supporting the channel and using the links, and you can save a lot of money using those links and know you're getting a legitimate product. Wayne D said, old people like me are just worn out by the constant new learning required with technology changes. It's not that you're worn out. It's that your mental attitude is voluntarily negative, and you're making a choice to have that attitude. It's not a question of being worn out. It's a simple question of your motivation and your eagerness to experience new things it has been diluted through what could be best described, for lack of a better word, as there's a lack of motivation to get up and do something. You know, I'm old and tired is an excuse, which leads to death. If you want to stay alive, keep moving. That's all I can tell you. When you see people that are in their 90s, these are typically active people. And active doesn't necessarily mean they're running a marathon or that they're quick, but it means that they're not sedentary. They're not just sitting around all day doing nothing. They find a reason to go for a walk or to go out dancing or to find a way to keep themselves active. And this is also important, as scientific studies have shown, to keep the brain active and to postpone things like Alzheimer's and dementia by keeping the brain sharp and exercised through mental challenges. It could be something old school like the crossword puzzles in the New York Times, or something modern like learning a new operating system and keeping up with the hardware. Your failure to do these things the minute you stop being frosty, that begins your decline. For most of us. Now, of course, there are other reasons why Alzheimer's and dementia happen, but there's been enough studying and studies rather of these diseases to learn or to ascertain a general consensus that staying active, both mentally and physically, is something most people in their 90s all have in common, and 90s and beyond. 60 Minutes did a great piece on this. It was quite fascinating. And Dick Van Dyke is somebody who has been very active. He hasn't died, has he? Dick Van Dyke, how old is he now? He was born in 1925. He is 95 years old. And if you ever see him in an interview, he doesn't sit still. He honestly believes if you stop, you'll die. So he's always, for a 95-year-old, he's more active than I am, quite honestly. And he seems sharp as a tack mentally, physically, full-bodied, and are fully capable, and has a great attitude. It's all about attitude. Watch some interviews with Dick Van Dyke. Find some inspiration. It's okay to take a couple days off, but it's important to get back to work. It's important you find something to occupy yourself mentally and physically. Anything that doesn't get used, I don't care what it is, it starts to fall apart. Let an inkjet printer sit for 6 months, then try and print to it, see what happens. Let your car sit in the garage for a year and try and start it. Anything. Don't turn a faucet on in your house for 6 months and watch what happens when you go to turn the water on. The degradation that occurs through atrophy is very, very difficult to overcome. Once the muscles in your body have atrophied, the amount of work that you have to do to gain back the strength you once had is going to be excruciating. So we put a little effort in now so we don't have to put in a lot more effort later, right? We say no matter how bad things are now, they're going to get worse if I continue this behavior or this attitude. They're not going to get better, guaranteed. So when later happens and things get worse to a point where you're like, I can't take this anymore, I have to do something, what you're going to have to do is going to be very, very challenging compared to if you did it today. Something to think about. Danny Hartland says, I am 78 years old and I'm fascinated by new technology every day. It's hard to stay up and efficient with new things, but never stop learning, no matter how long it takes for proficiency. Yeah, mostly, I think what you're saying is stay interested. Keep caring. Don't reach a point of apathy where you're just like, I just don't care anymore. Because that's only punishing yourself. Bob Connor says, I missed some contributions. Oh, did I? Holy smokes. What did I miss? Stephen Burt contributes $20. He says, thank you for sharing real-world experience and knowledge. I got all the other ones. I got everything else, Bob. I know Bob had contributed too. Did I miss yours? Michael Dane contributes $5. He says, welcome home. Hey, Michael, thanks, man. It's I'd say it's good to be home, but back in Phoenix. It's good to get back to work. It's good to come back to reality, I suppose. You know, being on vacation in Michigan in the woods in a cottage by the river it feels like it's not reality. It's like, I know this is temporary. I know I have to get back to work. And I feel like I got the rest I needed, and I'm raring to go now. I got recharged. Greg Guy says, Carrie, I turned 71 Wednesday. Today I was planting seed, starter fertilizer, lime and soil on my lawn. That's what I'm talking about. First of all, everybody say happy birthday to Greg Guy. That's awesome. We have a lot of people in the chat room in their 60s and 70s tonight, which is, breaking every stereotype that millennials think about boomers, which, by the way, in their mind is anybody older than them. Are you 13 years old? I'm 12. That makes you a boomer. So, you got that to deal with. But this idea that because somebody is older, they're somehow less connected to what's going on in society is preposterous. They're often more connected. People that have reached the retirement age should be respected and revered for the knowledge in life that they have and the experience in life that they have, because people are always still people and business is always still business. Even when the business models change, the end result is always the same: profit, profit, profit. And this stereotype that that older folks are not tech savvy is preposterous, because the people who invented this stuff was their generation who created these computers for the most part. I mean, when they started to get more popular, that started in the 1960s, 1950s. After World War II, As we go into the 50s, computers started to become a word people would use, perhaps not very often, but it was a word that did not exist in, let's say, the 1920s. Nobody ever said, oh, I'm working on a computer. But there wasn't such a word. As far as I know, the word didn't exist. And now you look at how far we've come with the technology from the first home computer, officially the first IBM home computer, the PC, was 1981. 1981, it wasn't that long ago. So in any event, it's delightful to have people representing that age group that are more accurate to that age group. In other words, I run into more people in their 60s and 70s in my line of work who are more tech savvy than the people in their 40s that I run into. And I can't explain that, but I run into people in their 40s and they don't understand the basics. And I run into people in their 60s and their 70s and I can talk to them more on a eye-to-eye level with the technology without having to break everything down. And of course, there's always exceptions, but it doesn't fit the stereotype that the younger people online would have you believe. And this chat room is proof of that right now. I don't think YouTube, it's not showing me the contributions. So if you see my chat, your chat too, it only scrolls up so far, right? It only goes up to a certain point, and then anything that happened beyond that, I can't see it. And YouTube has this tab on the creator side that says viewer activity. And viewer activity would tell me what contributions were made during this stream. And it used to work, and it stopped working months ago. So I apologize if I've missed anybody's contributions. If you just tell me what you contributed, and if you had said something with your contribution, tell me now while I'm paying attention to the chat room, and I'll give you the shout out you most certainly deserve. Bob, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, because if nobody tells me, if it goes by, it goes by. And YouTube, until they fix the feature, I used to be able to go back and just read them off, but the whole feature doesn't work anymore. And it hasn't worked for months. And I know it's affecting other content creators. It's not just me. So that's how that happens. Samuel Ramos with a $19.99 contribution says, welcome back, Kerry. Thank you, Samuel. I think the reason I haven't taken this apart is I want to blow the dust and dirt out of it first. And there's no easy way for me to do that right now while I'm live, apart from just stepping off camera. But I can't really go any further until I do that. So I think maybe I will do that now. I still have a little bit of light outside I can see. I'll take this outside and I'll grab the duster right here. And we'll get this thing blown out so I can actually get some work done today. I hadn't thought about that when I started this video. Now that I've seen the inside of it, the inside of the computer, man, I don't want to touch that without blowing it out first. So let me do that off camera. You'll hear it. Won't give you much to see though. So bear with me as I do this off camera. Just off the side of the camera though. Get this out here. Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Before I do this, let's get you a before and after shot. All right, we can at least do that. We'll show you what it looks like before I blow the dust out of it, because I don't think you can really get a good view of it. Let's see if I can get this camera up and running here. See if we can get this. I wasn't thinking I was going to use this today. Uh-oh. It's completely dead. That's not good. All right, well, that battery's going to have to be charged. So we'll take that out. Maybe this one will have some charge on it. Everything's been sitting for 3 weeks and these batteries will just self-dissipate. There we go. That one looks good. And then, let's see. Let's grab this. And we'll go to the wireless camera. It hasn't linked yet. Why is it taking so long to link? There it is. All right, let's take a look at the dust in here. And specifically the dust on the cooler, which looks pretty chunky. And then as we go this way through here, and it's your typical dust buildup. I mean, there's nothing embarrassing about it. I'm not trying to embarrass somebody. I am, however, wanting to keep things real and realistic as to what you can expect if you don't ever blow your computer out. This computer has obviously never been blown out in the 3 years since it was built. That seems pretty obvious to me. So now let me take it out and I'll just use the leaf blower on it. And then I'll grab this camera again. And then we'll look at the before and after. That'll be my plan. There we go. Just set that there. Get this out here. I'm not going to blow this out in the house. That would be bad. All right, it's probably going to get a little noisy. Let's see what happens. All right, that should be good enough. Lots of chunks. Set this back up like it was. Okay, close this. I want to keep the light from reflecting, so I got to close the blinds. All right, so now let's take another look and see what it looks like now that we've blown it out here. Go back to the wireless camera. Give me a minute here while it initializes. Should initialize, right there it is. And that already looks so much better than it did. And of course, I could also just grab a damp washcloth with water and just wipe down some of these surfaces to just get the remaining fine layer of dust that's still on there. But at least we get all the chunks out of here and out of here and out of the power supply, and then just sort of through the through the front there. Nice and clean. And you can still see, like I said, there's a layer of dust on there, but it's much, much better than it was. That's much more manageable. So now I can take it apart. Yeah, you can definitely see it here. So a damp washcloth will be perfect to just do the touch up there. But I will wait until I get everything removed, and then I can use the washcloth much more generously without things in my way. Okay, so enough of that. Let's go back to camera 1. Turn this off, turn this off, turn this off, close the lens cover, and put it back over here where it won't fall, because that would be expensive. And then let me also turn off the receiving unit back here, because this thing gets hot. Okay, so all that's put back. Chrissy B with a 5-pound contribution. Thank you, Chrissy B. Thanks for supporting the channel. Selden said the mic filter blocked most of the sound. Yeah, it probably would blow your headphones off. Okay, so I was just catching up on the chat room comments, but I'm going to go ahead and start dismantling all this. None of this is useful to me anymore. I'm not even sure I would do this in a giveaway because of its age now. Because it's a Z87 chipset, I think it would be irresponsible for me personally to put this into the hands of another person. It's sort of like be causing more harm than good when the machine's this age. So this will probably, it's probably DDR3 in there. This will probably end up in a recycling situation. I already know that there's going to be incoming emails from people saying, can I have it? The cost for me to pack and ship this in order to get you the motherboard without damage would far exceed the cost of what the board is worth. If somebody was local, different story. If somebody wanted to make arrangements to meet up with me and they wanted it, depending on my schedule and where we could meet up, I don't have a problem with that. But because I'm so busy and that doesn't make me any money, it's difficult for me to take time away from money making to go give somebody something. And there's nothing in it for me other than, I just need to get rid of it. Again, there could be some serious consequences for somebody that thinks that's a perfectly good board. It isn't. Well, if you put Linux on it, it would run fine. Yeah, I'm sure it would run fine. Maybe for a couple of years, maybe, depending on what your version of fine is. But I have higher standards than that, and there's an old expression that no good deed goes unpunished. So I tend to stay away from that stuff, but I have made exceptions. But I definitely won't have to go. I'm not going to pack it up and mail it. You'd be out of your mind. I think I screwed that in. Yeah, it's screwed in. All right, let me take this other panel off of here. And you're going to see just how fast this thing is going to just fly apart so quickly. think this is the last one. Out. I think that's everything. Let's see. Yep, that's all of it. And the I/O shield. So here's the board. Nicholas Menard contributes 10 Canadian dollars. Said, I guess Microsoft really wants us to subscribe to their 365 thing. Office 2021 end of life is October 13th, 2026. So just a year later? Very strange. Well, if there's enough public outcry, Microsoft has extended those end of life deadlines by over a year on some products, as I'm sure we're all well aware. We're going to leave the optical drive. I kind of on the fence if I'm going to change that power supply out. Probably should. But I do want to take the screws out of the solid state drive so I can remove it. There we go. The optical drive that was used is an ADATA. Again, it works fine. There's no problems with it. I think that's a 1 terabyte drive, if I recall correctly. And that's it. That's the whole system broken down, apart from just the power supply. I've been on the fence about changing that power supply out. 430 watts may still be enough, depending on what we want to put in there. He's not a power user. He's mostly using this to pay bills and surf online like, anybody else might do. He's not gaming on it. He can go days or weeks at a time without even using it. But when he does use it, it's important to him, that it works well. So, I can put like an 8700 in there, a 9700, a 9900, Gen 8th or 9th gen Intel might be good enough, or a 10th or 11th gen Intel too I could put in there. I don't want to put AMD in there because he's going to need a graphics card for the AMD chips I have. So, that's going to double the price of the machine. So I don't know what I want to put in here, but I know an 8700 will run fine on 430 watts, although, as I mentioned, a 500 watt EVGA power supply is only $40. They're not a major expense. And given the dust buildup in here and its age, I don't know, it's kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other as far as whether or not I should change it out. But I will grab that damp washcloth I was telling you about, because this is a good time for me to wipe it down now that I can access it. But I have to walk all the way across the other side of the building to the closet where the washcloths are. So bear with me again, please, as this is live and unscripted, obviously, and wasn't prepared for this. I should have expected it. All I have to do is watch the video from when I did this, and I know there was a huge amount of dust in the machine he had, because I remember I remember shooting the video for that, and I think he was holding the camera while I was doing the dusting with the leaf blower. And he laughed about it. He couldn't believe how much dust came out of there. So yeah, just a damp washcloth. Just water out of the sink. And wring it out so it's not dripping. Let's get it damp. And wipe it down. You don't have to dry it off. It'll air dry just fine. Careful when I cut these cable ties because we don't want to cut into the power cables. There we go. Now I can get over there. And the edge here. Edge there. Edge here. Across this edge. Every lip. Then across the entire back as well, although the back doesn't look too bad. Even the cables themselves, we can just wipe them down. It's more for aesthetics than anything else. Just pride of ownership is all. So, not perfect, but definitely better. Way better. Looks good. So now the question is, what do I want to put in this thing? I've got a lot of parts laying around here I can use. And I know the more I put in there, the longer it'll last and the more it's going to cost. Let me take a quick look over here. Oh, wrong light. What do I have? What do I have? 10th gen, 9th gen. Time to break out the glasses so I can read what these processors are in here. Probably going to need a flashlight to see it too. Give me a second here as I look through my inventory, trying to figure out what I want to use. I've got an 8700 sitting here with no home. Another 8700. A couple of 9700 cases. I think the 8700 is going to be ideal for him. I really do. Yeah. Wait a minute. What's this? No. That's going to be 10th gen. Okay. That's AMD. That's going to need a graphics card. I think this is our winner right here. The H370 HD3, you guys have seen me use this over and over and over again. This is the basic staple of the 8-year build. The difference being this has an 8th gen 8700 CPU that was purchased as a returned product on Amazon. And like everything else, it works great. The motherboard may have also been returned. Yeah, motherboard was returned too. And because this is a friend of mine, I call him a customer. I call every computer I work on a customer, but some of these customers are friends. If I can save him some money and you know, he's going to have my reassurance it's going to work fine and I'll protect, you know, if anything happens, I'll warranty it. This may be the way to go for him. So what do we want to do to test this? I guess I'm going to need to put a solid state drive in it. So he had 1 terabyte before. He's going to need 1 terabyte again. So for that, we're going to step away from that 2.5-inch drive and go to an NVMe solid state M.2 drive. And I think what I will use is an Intel 660p or 665p. It's a good budget drive that's 4 to 5 times faster than that solid state drive, which was 4 to 5 times faster than the hard drive he had. So he's going to see a boost in performance with this. We also need to put some RAM on this board because I'm pretty sure that's DDR3 that's in there. Yeah, it's DDR3. It's only 8 gigs of RAM. So we'll bump them up to 16 gigs of RAM and DDR4 at that. But DDR5 will be coming out. I should also mention there's some great prices going on Amazon right now. That Samsung 970 Evo Plus drive, that's 2 terabytes. That was $249, is like $242 now. So the price went down another $7. And that keyboard I like, the Corsair K55, $29.99. So the price went down $5. All in all, good deal. So do I want to go with 16 gigs or 32 gigs? What do we want to do for my friend here? Let's go with 32 gigs. Yeah, 16 or 32. 16 and 32. It's going to be really fast. 16 going to be enough in a few years. He's been running 8. Don't mind me, I'm just working this out in my head. Do we go with 32? Nobody complains they have too much. You know what? Let's go with 32. Let's get him something to be excited about. So 32 gigs of RAM. And let's prep the board by getting the case out of the way. Yeah, other M2 screws are there. Is an 8700 overkill? No, I don't think it is, because we're building a machine to last 8 years, right? If you're just thinking of today with no thought towards tomorrow, you know, if he wants to upgrade this to Windows 11, he will be able to. If he starts to change the way he uses the computer, if, for example, he gets into digital photography and he's going to be moving a lot of data to the computer and doing photo editing, or if he ends up taking a class at the college that requires some software to run some calculations, people generally aren't concerned if they have overkill unless the price is overkill. So when you consider the price of a returned board, a returned CPU, and this RAM is used as well, compared to the price of something new, I think you'll find that going with a Core i5 won't be a significantly cheaper option at this point. Now, you know, instead of let's say it's a $700 computer build, maybe with a Core i5 we can get that to $100 less. I mean, what's $100 when you're looking at 700 versus 600? And again, it gives you room to grow. Instead of making this assumption, you're never going to grow. You're never going to use this. This is overkill for you because you're a simpleton and you'll never be more than a simpleton. I'm not a big fan of that attitude. It's not up to me to decide how this guy or if this person will progress in their computer needs or if they'll stay flat. I don't know. But I like to assume the best in people. And I like people to know that when they buy a machine from me, that if they should want to do something different, they don't have to call me and buy a new computer because, oh, sorry, the computer I built for you was just the bare minimum of what you needed at that time with no thought of your future. So, no, an 8700 is not overkill. If this person was somebody who was going to replace the computer in 2 years, then yes, the 8700 would be overkill. But given that he wants to keep this computer 8 years, this is exactly what he'll need in order to be happy for those 8 years, as he's been with the previous builds and my previous decisions that I've made on his behalf, knowing what his budget and needs are. This is what I do. Remember, it's also about security. So we want to make sure we have a modern enough motherboard here. You know, we don't want to go beyond 8th gen. We don't want to go to a 7th gen. That would be too old. Um, this one's been opened already. Don't I already have an? I'm going to put something together from used parts. I want to use all used parts. Save some money. Do I have another one that's opened? What is this? I think I've got one right here. I've kept the box. The Sabrent SSD came in that I reviewed last year, and I always put any drives that I've upgraded or changed my mind on builds, or the customer changes their mind. And I think this is a 660. Yep. 1 terabyte 660 is perfect for our needs. Slide that bad boy in there. Now, he had a stock CPU fan, and I find those to still be too loud, and I wouldn't put another stock CPU fan on there. But this was free, you know, so I wasn't going to put any money into it. On this one, we'll put something on here, something better. Even though it will be overkill for cooling purposes, it'll make the machine nice and quiet and trouble-free. For now, I might just slap a heatsink on it just so we can fire it up and get Windows installed and make sure that all these parts are running correctly. So this is Corsair Vengeance DDR4. Each stick is 16 gigs of RAM, 3200 speed. $3,200 technically isn't the speed, it's the maximum speed. It's like saying my car can do 240 miles an hour. How many times have you taken it 240 miles an hour? But it can, if you say so. Let me grab a heatsink just to slap. I'm just going to slap it on there without any thermal compound, because I just want to test at this point and make sure that, well, the board has been sitting in inventory, that something hasn't happened to it. You never know. You never know. Yeah, this will work. This will work just fine for our purposes here. Just a stock Intel fan with a copper center. And we'll put this on this way. Yeah. DJ Lion with a $20 Australian contribution said, I've had my 2 vaccinations, so I will get fully personalized ads when I install Windows 11, because now Bill Gates can track me with his microchip. Plus, I can type fast thanks to the 3rd arm I'm growing, hoping for a 4th arm. All right, see that? Thank you for the contribution. Thanks for supporting the show, and appreciate your satire. Remember, don't let facts get in the way of your feelings. What do you think this is? 1985? No. We've devolved quite a bit since then as a society. We're not quite as advanced as they were in the 80s. So just accept it. Keyboard and mouse. Mouse dongle. And then I'm going to need a power supply. Now, you know, I happen to have a 430 watt power supply right here. What is this? This is a Thermaltake 600 watt. You know, maybe I'll give him this Thermaltake. Look at me getting rid of all my used parts. I'm so proud of myself. I bet when this is all said and done, that the cost of these parts, given that they're returned, is probably going to be $500. The whole thing, the whole computer would be $500. Given that the parts are pretty discounted since they've been lightly used, We could just say they've been verified and burned in. I think he's going to get an 8-year build for about $500 because we're going to reuse his case. We're going to reuse his optical drive. I'll use this power supply, this return board, this return CPU. Oh, I won't use a returned cooler though. I don't have any of those anyway. But you know, a Mugen 5 is $50. So I think $500 on an 8-year computer, that's a hell of a deal. I don't care who you are. I think that's a good deal. Of course, then we got to pay for shipping too. Sure, they're mustardy, ketchup and mustard colored cables, but he's not gonna care. He doesn't even open this thing up to dust it. So he sure as heck isn't gonna be opening up, looking at the color of the cables, or even knowing that there's a difference, unless he's watching the video. Which, you know, stranger things have happened. He could be watching this video. I don't know what he'd be watching it on, since I have his computer, but I guess he could watch it on his phone. Okay, so there's our 8-pin CPU power cable. Plug that on. And then I need a power switch, which I have in here. And that will go right there. And then we just need power and an HDMI cable. We'll fire this thing up and see what's going to happen. See if she's going to blow. Captain, I can't give you any more power. I've given you all she's got. HDMI right there. There, flip that on. That's all good to go. Let me get a Windows 10 installation media. You know what? You know, just for fun, I made a Windows 11 boot drive. I have not touched Windows 11 ever. Ever, ever, ever. And I did this earlier today. I downloaded the Windows Media Creation tool, the same as you do for Windows 10. And I made a separate flash drive with Windows 11. I want to see what happens if I try to put Windows 11 on this. I'm not going to give it to the guy this way, but I'm just curious. If it's, I'm not curious about Windows 11. I'm curious if Windows 11 will install without a BIOS change. So let's try this and see what happens. We'll go to put me in a corner first of all. Let's put me up here like this, and let's turn on my HDMI input capture, which says no signal. That's good. Let's hit the power button. Hopefully that fan is going to spin. There it goes. And I hope we get a boot screen. There we go. I'm going to go into the BIOS here momentarily, and I want to make sure that the TPM option is enabled in the BIOS. Remember, we don't have a module. We don't need to have it. There's a whole lot of misinformation online. There's misinformation online. When did that start happening? Let's go to, let's see. It's none of that. Where is it? Trusted computing. Security device support is enabled. That's not what I want. Boot lock, fast mouse speed. Wait, is this the same page? This is the same page I was on. Here we go. Solder guard. No. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Nope. It's always in here. Nope. Is it Super IO? No. USB? No, no, no. No. Oh, what's this? No, 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 and no. It's none of that. Okay, so I apparently am looking right over it. Miscellaneous? No. Health status? Definitely not. Voltage? Definitely not. Memory? No. No. So apparently I'm looking right at it and I'm skipping right past it. It's not in here. I think it's on this page somewhere. Intel Platform Trust Technology. So your TPM is PTT. Okay, remember that. If you have an Intel computer and you're installing Windows 11, it says you need a TPM. What you want is PTT. PTT is TPM. So stupid. It's true though. And then we'll save and exit and restart. And now when it reboots, I'm going to go to F12 because I think there's still an operating system on this NVMe drive and I don't want to boot to that. So we'll F12 this thing to get to the boot menu. And then we'll tell it to boot from the USB, the SanDisk, this right here, UEFI SanDisk. And this should start the Windows 11 installation process. Again, you're going to experience this with me for the first time. I've never done this before, not even in beta. This is my first look at Windows 11. I'm not interested in looking at betas. I only want to see completed software. The software was just released on Tuesday. So let's see what happens if we say to install it. See if it installs. I don't even know that I needed to turn the PTT on. We'll do the same process. I don't have a product key. And then we'll do Windows 11 Pro and click Next. Agreed to the license. This is all the same as Windows 10. This is exactly the same. And this NVMe drive clearly had Windows 10 on it. So let's just clear that off since whatever system that was configured for is long gone. So that erases the NVMe drive and puts it back to no data on it, no partitions. And then we'll hit Next and let that install begin. I'm just looking through the chat room at what you guys were saying when I was in the BIOS there. TJ Lyon said, my computer is fully Windows 11 compatible. The thing is, I don't care. I hear you, man. I hear you. Andy says it'll be interesting to see how inconsistent Microsoft is with using a Microsoft account. Doug Betts over at Windows Live Training YouTube channel has installed Windows 11 Home without a user account and shows you how to do it. He did it two different ways. One was just simple an install on top of Windows 10, an upgrade. And then the other was, I think he did a clean install, and he was able to do that without creating the Microsoft account. But I think some features of Windows 11 will not function. I think widgets don't function in the Windows 11 Home Edition without a Microsoft account. So far, everything looks exactly the same as Windows 10. The whole installation process is basically Windows 10. It's indiscernible. This should be our last boot. If it's anything like Windows 10, well, that's different. And that's different. United States. Yes. Keyboard US, yes. So it's the same questions asked in the same order, but the way it looks on the screen is different, so that's totally worth it. Oh, I didn't want to add a second language. Let's go back. Thought I said skip. Skip. Must have hit the other button. Let's connect you to a network. Let's not. So this used to be over in the left, so I'll say I don't have internet. So it asks you again, the same as Windows 10. You have to tell it twice, just like you have to tell Windows 10 twice. Who's going to use this device? Enter a name. We'll just put in the name user. Enter. No password, so just hit enter. Everything is exactly the same, except it's laid out on the screen a little differently. It's like you walked into your house and what they did is they put up wallpaper. It's still the same house. They didn't move any walls. They didn't add any new rooms. It looks exactly the same, but it's got wallpaper now. This is exactly the same. This is just Windows 10. As far as I can tell. Oh, wait. That's a little tiny bit different. It still says the same thing, but it's got a blue fading light that gets brighter and fades out and moves around. Okay. Totally worth it. It'd be like if you took your car to the repair shop and you said you wanted a new car, and what they did is they repainted it and gave it back to you and then said, here's a new car for you. Once you look beyond the paint, it's the same car. That's what I'm getting so far, but let's just see how long this takes. I do, as I mentioned, anticipate Windows 11 will have a purpose once Microsoft starts implementing features into it, especially with DDR5 and other newer technologies that Windows 10 isn't designed for. Although Windows 10 will work with those things until its end of support in 2025, Windows 11 may take better advantage of them if it's anything like previous operating systems. There's other reasons to upgrade, especially if you're going to upgrade your hardware. If you're going to upgrade your software, it's important that you upgrade your hardware to take advantage, or vice versa. Okay, so here we are. We've got a start menu right in the middle, which, okay, so you click start. Where's my programs list? I have tiles. Where's my folders? It's over here. All apps, right here. All apps. Okay, there's my folders. It's there. But I have to, it's kind of hidden. Okay, I guess we're trying to look more and more like a Mac. I'm not sure I like this in the middle, because when I open things up, like let's say I open up Edge, where does the tab go? Oh, it's doing that stupid thing. So what if I want to open up multiple instances? You got to hold what? Control down? Or Shift? How do I open up more than one? New window? Okay, now I've got two. All right. Okay. That's fine. Great. Close that. Close that. Can we move this? Settings. Interesting. Activations. I kind of like that. It's not really any different. Sorry, just had to sneeze. I think the dust got to me. Um, let's do this. Let's try something here. Right-click taskbar settings. Personalization. Select the far corner of the taskbar. No, that's not what I want. Show badges. No, that's not what I want. Chat widgets, task view. It's gonna be in here somewhere. It's a taskbar behavior. So let's look at taskbar behavior because we want the taskbar to behave differently. Where is it in here? Taskbar behavior. Taskbar behavior. Taskbar alignment center. Let's put it to, oh, you have two choices. Then I'll move it to the left. All right. Did you get all that? But where's my apps? I got to go over here. That's stupid. What about... What if I want this the other way around? What if I want the apps to be the default and the other button to be the tiles? There's probably a way to switch that. Right click, personalize, start menu. Show recently added, I don't care. Show recently opened, I don't care. Folders, I want folders. Documents, downloads, pictures, folders, personal. No, I don't want that. Settings, no, that's the, okay. I don't see an option to switch that. Interesting. So if I want to see my list of programs, I got to do 2 clicks. I can't have this come up by default. And I can't seem to resize this either. If I grab it, see that? It's not letting me resize this to make it bigger or smaller like you can and kind of can in Windows 10. It's all the same. It's all the same. They're selling us the same pig. It's all the same. Everything's the same. I don't see any purpose for this product. I don't get it. This is all exactly the same. They just laid it out with different wallpaper. That's all they did. All right, so these tabs are nice. But again, this could have Everything I'm showing you could be easily done for Windows 10. All of these things can be changed in the interface of Windows 10. These are very minor interface changes. Um, yeah. Yeah, good luck changing your browser too, because they're going to require you to change every possible extension. So, for example, you can't just say make Chrome my default browser. That won't work anymore. You have to go to apps and you say, I want to, let's say I want to make, um, let's say I wanted to make Chrome a default browser. Well, I have to install Chrome, won't I? Defaults, where are my default apps? Choose where to get apps. No. More settings. When we choose the default apps, like if you want a default browser now, there's like 30 different file extensions you've got to associate. It's all granular, whereas before there was just a generic, make Chrome my default browser. Or like when you install VLC and you want VLC to open MP3s, MP4s, AVIs, MKVs, and blah 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 blah. There's like a box that says select all. There's no select all. It's gone. You have to select everything by hand. Microsoft is making it very discouraging to switch to Chrome as your default browser. I don't mind that they have it granular, but there should be a defaulted simple option and then the advanced option. So the simple option is the way it was. Make Chrome my default browser, period. And then there should be an advanced option that offers the granularity that appears to be what's defaulted to here in Windows 11. So overall, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't know why everybody's so excited about it. It's a different coat of paint on the same old car. But again, in the future, I anticipate this is going to offer some features and benefits that Windows 10 won't. And when that happens, I will tell you as soon as it happens, as soon as I'm made aware of it, that there will be a reason to have Windows 11. Right now, I don't find any reason that most people would benefit from this. And it's just going to be something to do. I mean, that would be why I would install it. It's just because I'm bored and I just don't have anything else to do. But I don't see why any business would install this at this point. And I'm certainly going to recommend all my customers avoid it until we've established a baseline of reliability and control that just isn't there yet. And Microsoft will continue to enhance it in time through Windows updates, just like with Windows 10. And when people complain loud enough, they'll institute the changes, like changing the browser default, where you can have a button that selects everything instead of manually forcing you to do all that stuff. To check each extension individually is unacceptable as the only option. So we'll see how it evolves. Right now, it's very, very immature. It's got some polishing. For the most part, they really haven't done much but change the way it looks. So we'll see how they go with it in the future. But it's exactly what I was expecting it to be, which is just Windows 10. That's all it is. So hooray for the same thing with a different coat of paint on it. Let's all get excited for that. The Jade Man says the meh is required for this review. It's a good rating for it. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just meh. Will there be service packs for Windows 10 or just regular updates? The Windows 10 updates and service packs are going to continue exactly as they have been. Nothing changes with Windows 10. It will continue to update in the future as it has in the past, with big updates in the fall and the spring, as always. Domingo said, oh no, they changed the furniture around. Now, that's a good example, right? We're going to fix up your house. Why don't you leave for a couple days and come back and we're going to completely fix up your house. And you leave and you can't wait to see what they did. Did they put in new floors? Did they put new appliances in? Hang up some shelving? No, they just moved the furniture. Oh, that's a little underwhelming. Patrick says he's tested it and Windows 11 uses more memory than Windows 10 does. And I've also heard of some performance degradations as well. But again, that'll all be stuff that's fixed, I'm sure. I'm not worried about stuff like that. That's the brand new out of the box problems. I would expect nothing less. For a product to be brand new, fresh out of the box and be perfect, never seen that in my life. Never. Certainly not with software. TJ Lyon said, the one thing I like about Windows 11 is the Windows snapping feature, but it's not a good enough reason to change. Why was this not a thing 20 years ago? I don't have anybody ever complaining about a situation where the Windows snapping feature would be used to resolve the complaint. So I realize there are some users who are in pretty unique situations that helps them in those unique situations. But as for the masses, it doesn't really benefit the masses. It certainly, not as a working computer technician who interfaces with the masses, have I heard anybody mention snapping windows as something they care about. This is generally a more advanced feature for more advanced users and for users with multiple monitors. Most of my customers don't have multiple monitors. Most of my business customers do, but most of my home users do not. And so this idea that you can, for example, plug a laptop into a monitor and move your window over to that monitor, then unplug that monitor, where's that window supposed to go? You've only got one monitor, it's got to move back to your monitor. It has to. So when you go plug that other monitor back into it, people are upset they have to drag it back over again. Now with Windows 11, it'll remember and it'll open that window again back up on the second monitor. That's not always connected. It's such a niche problem. And basically people are saying, I don't want to have to drag the window 4 inches to the right. No, that's too much. It should just do that automatically for the monitor that's not always connected. That's such a weird thing to complain about. Oh, I got to drag the window. Oh, I got to push this button and move my mouse 4 inches. I'm going to go use Linux instead. Can you imagine being one of those people? Anyway, as far as any actual productivity improvements, reliability improvements, and I'm seeing it. It's just Windows 10 at this point. So I'm looking forward to the development of this through updates to see where Microsoft takes it with actual beneficial return on investment for people to actually have a reason to invest their precious time here on Earth into their product. So again, I have no doubt it's coming. I don't know when. And until it does, I have no interest in it. It's not accomplishing anything for me. And it's just adding confusion for my end users who know how to operate Windows 10 And the last thing they want to do is have to learn how to find where things have been moved or learn the different behaviors of the operating system when the end result reward for that is exactly where they were. There's no benefit to it other than causing you to have to learn a new pattern and a new routine to do the same work you've always done at the same speed. So again, it is a typical thing to expect from a new product. This is no surprise. Microsoft really played it safe on this. They're like, hey, if all we do is keep Windows 10 exactly the same and just change the wallpaper, we're going to have a more stable operating system. If we take less risks and change things that don't actually matter, what can people really complain about? So it's a safe release in the sense that it doesn't really do much or much different than Windows 10 already does because it is Windows 10. This is, I would guess, 90% of the code in Windows 11 is Windows 10 code. It's 90% Windows 10 code would be my estimation. And that's probably generous. It may be as much as 96% Windows 10. They did not change much because they're playing it safe. That's what it appears to be. If they were bolder and they wanted to do something to change the world, there would be more fresh code. And it would be very, very different. And it would be very unstable. And now we're getting somewhere, right? But this is just safe. They're just playing it safe. And it's unjustifiable because they're playing it safe. It doesn't really have much purpose to exist other than perceived value in marketing, psychological. So that's my best way I can ascertain what this is. I have a business to sustain, and I have to be able to justify expenses to customers. And this is one I can't, at this time, recommend or justify. So the screen went to sleep on me here, so give me just a second. Let me go back to, well, first of all, let's go ahead and shut this down because I'm kind of curious if they did anything different with that. Click on start. There's a power button over here, and then there's shutdown. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. They just moved it over to the right and down. Okay, brilliant. Thank God they didn't change much because then they don't have to worry about much going wrong. Careful what you ask for, folks. When the public starts giving out these outcries about something new and advanced that has issues relating to the fact that it's new and advanced, then what you end up with is something that is not transformative. It is not very evolved from the previous operating system because they don't want to hear all the complaints and they don't want the negative PR. It's a very safe thing to do. Let's take a product, rebadge the product. I'll give you an example of what this is right here. This is perfect. This is a candy bar in the United States. It's called Twix, Twix. How do you get people to buy more Twix, right? If you work for a marketing company, how do we reinvigorate this product? A product that's been around for decades. How do we renew interest? How do we get people to buy more? Don't change the formula of the product. There's nothing wrong with the ingredients. There's nothing wrong with even the sales of the product, but we want more because we're American capitalists and we're greedy. So what pointless, meaningless thing can we do that has nothing to do with the product itself, but it has to do with how the product is presented that would encourage people to buy more? In this bag, the package that the chocolate is wrapped in says left. This one says right. All right? This is treating you like an idiot, by the way. So you have a left Twix and you have a right Twix. Or should they be this way? So if you're somebody with OCD, You can't have a left without a right. I got to have them both. It's like, collecting Star Wars figures. There's a version of Han Solo with his hand closed, and it's the same exact action figure, but the other one's got his hand open. I got to have them both. So by doing this marketing technique, along with commercials that talk about the left side of your brain and the right side of your brain, all they've done is change the package. They didn't change the product. And as a result, have increased sales of the product. That has nothing to do with the product. This is the part of the product you throw away. This shouldn't matter. This is trash. You're not buying it for this. You're buying it for what's inside. If I take out what's inside of this one and take out what's inside of this one, they're indiscernible. You cannot tell me which one is the left one and which one is the right one, because there is no left one or right one. That doesn't exist. It's just a mind game with the packaging. So Microsoft is effectively doing the same thing. If you introduce a brand new chocolate bar with a new marketing campaign, will it be successful? Will people like it? Will it sell? It's risky. It involves investment, and with investment, possible loss. If we take something we already have and give it a different package, it's new again, and people will start buying it again. And if we can make it seem incomplete, unless you have a collection, well, now people will buy more of it. Assuredly, they will. Google the story of this. I have it, but there's got to be a story about this, and the psychology and results of it prove that it works. This works in society today. This would not have worked in 1984. People weren't this dumb. People would be like, people would criticize Twix for treating them like idiots. They'd say, how dare you think I'm this stupid? And now people are like, hey, there's a left and a right. I got to get them both. So I really feel like society has devolved since the 1980s. I feel like we've all gotten much dumber. We just lack critical thinking. And I don't think most people see that as a fun thing. I don't think people look at this and go, oh, that's really fun, left and right. Ha ha, I get it. There's nothing to get other than, oh, you're trying to manipulate me. There's nothing but being offended in this box or this packet. This is just them saying you're an idiot and you'll buy it. Well, they were right, but that's not why I bought it. I bought it for a reason they never considered, which is I like what's in the package. If that package used a different font or was in a different color, if they added another one that said left, right, and another one that said center or up and down, I don't care. As long as the product is the part that I'm ingesting, the part that I'm eating, that's the part I'm paying for. That's the part I care about. So this is kind of like that. Windows 11 is kind of like that. Right now at this stage, it's a very safe move for Microsoft to release an extraordinarily minor update. This is probably the most minor update of any operating system, new operating system, in the history of Microsoft that has a different version number. So in other words, if you looked at MS-DOS 5 versus MS-DOS 6, there were some pretty significant differences. But from 6 to 6.2, 6.21, 6.22 was one little tiny difference between those. Now, if you take a look at the difference between Windows 95 and 98, it's pretty significant. But 98 to 98 second edition, not so much. This Windows 11 is effectively Windows 10 second edition. The marketing is the only thing that's changing here. The behavior of Microsoft is identical, but they're renaming that behavior. The psychology of the marketing companies are treating people dumber and dumber and dumber. So they were more honest when they said this is Windows 98 second edition. They were more honest back then. Now they can't be that honest anymore. Apparently it's not profitable anymore to be honest. So now, instead of saying this is Windows 10 second edition, this is now Windows 11. But it really isn't. And if this was 30 years ago, this is not the naming convention they would have used. This would not have been accepted by society. So I think it's an interesting observation in human psychology and the behavior of the culture and how it's degraded in the last 30 years. It has just gone down and down and down. The technology seems to be making people dumber. They seem to be more apathetic. They seem to not really care. And to get somebody to spend their money or convince them that something is new is easier and easier now than it's ever been before. Just the tiniest little thing, and people are like, shut up and take my money. So I'm amused by it. I think it's, on the one hand, I think it's sad that everybody's okay with this. And on the other hand, I think it's funny that we can have an entire society filled with the sheer number of people that determine that this is okay. Is that great? It's like, what happened? When did people get to be, when did the apathy set in? When did we lower our standards for what is considered to be new and innovative? When did that happen, that adding a button to a previously existing product justifies calling it a whole new product? It's never happened in my life that I can think of. A product used to be something, a new concept. Like there was nothing like a microwave oven. You couldn't really compare it to anything. It was new. It was innovative. And maybe the world's running out of ideas. And maybe the psychology is that because every need you want apparently has been answered, that you get excited over the smallest little tiny enhancement, enough so to justify a complete rebadging of the product to call it something else entirely different. That's just weird. It's all about perception, and I just can't believe how easily people are deceived through altering and forcing a perception that the corporation wants you to have. That's why I'm not a corporate guy, I guess. I just find it unethical. I find it dishonest. I find it disingenuous. I find it condescending. I find it a bit, what's the word? It's like a way a parent would treat a child. And I just can't get over how everybody's okay with it. But I understand Microsoft's reasoning. Again, if you're not too innovative, you won't upset too many people. So, you know, you got to pick one or the other. You're going to be innovative, you're going to upset people. You've got, if you want to make something incredible happen, you've got to be willing to get your hands dirty. Otherwise, everything you do will only be mediocre. That's it. And Microsoft and the public at large are now in agreement that we accept mediocrity as our new normal now. And we'll be excited about it. Don't sign me up for that. I'm not okay with it. I see this for what it actually is, which is an attempt by a multi-million-dollar psychological marketing campaign to create a desire for a product that already exists under a different name. When Microsoft actually adds the features to Windows 11 that will give it value, I'll let you know. But for me and my customers, those little tiny things they're doing in Windows 11, like the TPM stuff and the auto HDR, completely meaningless for every one of my clients. It is completely meaningless. Never asked for it. It's not solving any problems they have. And therefore is a complete waste of time and money to invest in at this time. Even for free, there's an investment in training and in lost productivity in offices as people have to become reacquainted because of the change of the interface for what is essentially the exact same product. So here we are. There's your review. Didn't know I was going to do that today, but there you have it. That's honestly the very first time I've ever been hands-on with Windows 11. I've read enough about it. I knew what to expect. I don't really care to know any more about it. Any more detail than that is not interesting to me because it's always just the same. It's all the same. So when there is something different, I'll let you know. So I guess it'll be a safe upgrade if you want to upgrade to it, but I just don't know why you'd do it. I just don't know why. But all right. Petrox says, Carrie, will you start installing Windows 11 to your client's new computer or wait, knowing Windows 10 is still supported? I'll probably be installing Windows 10 for a minimum of the next year. And, just like I installed Windows 7 on this machine 3 years ago, there'll probably be a customer who needs Windows 10 in 2024 and will ask me to install it on a new machine. But primarily, new machines that are built with Windows 11 probably won't happen in my business until there's a reason to do that. Just because Windows 11 came out that's not a reason. It'd be sort of like, let's say there's an ice cream store that you always go to, and you know the people who work there, and you like the prices, you know the flavors they carry, you know about how long you're going to wait in line, or if you're going to wait in line, or when the best time of day to go, when they're open, when they're closed, and you enjoy the product, and you go there every day to get an ice cream. And now another ice cream shop opens next door. And somebody says to you, when are you going to start going to the other ice cream shop? So you're like, well, I'll check it out. I'll see what that's about. You go to the other ice cream shop and they have all the same flavors, but they're mixed around in different order. And they don't necessarily offer the same flavors on the same day. And let's say there's no price difference, but you don't know the people who work there. And the hours are kind of weird. One day they're open this time, then they take an hour off for lunch. And it's just kind of a weird process. It's a whole different routine. But the ice cream tastes exactly the same. As far as you can tell, it's the same ice cream, the same cone at the same price. But you don't know the people. You're not as comfortable there. You don't feel as welcome there. And the other people didn't do anything wrong for you to take your business away from them. So now the question is, why did you go there? Well, I was curious. Okay, now that you've answered your curiosity, are you going to go back? And if you say yes, then I want to know why. And if your answer is because it's new, I can't talk to you, because you're now no longer basing anything on logic. Now you're basing things on almost an animal, like if you took a wild animal and you measured its decision-making process, you are now at that level where everything is now defeats any form of logic, and it's just based on, that's what I feel like. As human beings, we're not supposed to behave in the way that we feel, right? Otherwise, there'd be a lot more dead people, because there's a lot of us who feel like we'd like to end the life of other people, but we don't do that, because we'll go to jail and because it's wrong, and we exhibit self-control. But a wild animal decides it doesn't like you, it will fight to the death. You may be in a kill or be killed situation if you encounter a wild animal, and you'll be forced to either end its life or allow it to end yours. Animals don't generally, when they get into a fight, they don't generally walk away from it. It's generally kill or be killed, unless it's severely injured enough that it scampers away. So I like to think we're more evolved than that, and that we make conscious choices based on logic, and that we don't just act on how we feel, because altering how you feel is a relatively easy thing to do. Marketing companies are very, very good at it, and other people are very good at controlling other people. If people want to argue and fight and make you upset, it's a very easy thing to do. Most people are very easily manipulatable. And when a paid marketing company is doing this intentionally and willfully with the intent to manipulate, it is instinctive to me to resist that, to acknowledge its existence, to understand its motivation and what it's trying to do, and then to decide if I'm okay with that. And I'm not okay with it. So for me personally, I find the whole thing offensive. I feel like I'm being treated like I'm an idiot, and it's offensive to me. But I see all these other people just going with it like they're just wild animals that don't have any sort of critical thinking, and they just go, well, this feels good. Okay, so that's a reason you do something, because it feels good. I don't get it. It's complete deception and manipulation. And why people allow that, why they voluntarily consent to being manipulated, I can't wrap my head around why somebody would give up their freedom and their independence. But that's me, and I'm just an old guy, so I'm just out of touch with kids today who want to be told what to do all the time and not think for themselves, because I'm so out of touch. Anyway, what am I missing in the chat room? Computer Lenses, why do you use the H370 HD3? I use it because it's got built-in video for both VGA, DVI, and HDMI. So my customers' monitors will work with it, guaranteed, without having to buy an adapter. I like that it's a $100 motherboard, and it has all these features. It's a full-size ATX board. It works with 8th and 9th gen processors, and it's extraordinarily reliable. When the H370 HD3s stopped becoming available, and then of course with the 10th gen processors, I moved to the B460 HD3, which was also about $109 for that motherboard, and essentially the same. And then on the 5th generation, I'm moving to, oh gosh, what's it called? It's a B560 HD3, I think, from Gigabyte. And the micro ATX version of the board is under $100. And that's got PCIe 4.0 and works with 11th and 12th, well, 10th and 11th generation CPUs. But these H370 HD3s are such a bargain, and I was able to get my hands on about a dozen of them. And my customers love them. I've probably sold more H370 HD3 motherboards than any other board in the history of my business. It's just a solid board. You don't have to have all the RGB nonsense. You don't have to have the IO shield nonsense. You don't have to have the, not the IO shield rather, but the IO cover that some boards have. Just all that extraneous nonsense is just not here on this board. The fact you've got two M.2 slots in it, although the lower one runs at half speed. On the B460, they both run at full speed. So that's just an enhancement of the chipset and the processor. It's not a fault of Gigabyte. And then as far as, you still have 4 sticks of RAM. You're not limited to just 2. This also has the ability to add the small, laptop style wireless card, which I would never do. I think that's stupid on a desktop, but you could if you wanted to. Yeah, I mean, there's just what's not to like. It's just reliable. It just works. And brand new, they were $99 brand new. So I bought a ton of them. And then when they ran out, there was a bunch of them that were being returned at Amazon. I don't know why, but I think every single one that I bought returned functions 100%. So I have no idea why somebody returned it. So there you have it. I still have, how many of these do I have left? H370, I've got that one on the counter. 2, 3, 4. I just have 4? Is that right? Oh, 5, 6. I've got a half dozen of them still. And then when those are gone, they're gone, because they're not making them anymore. But then I have the B460 HD3. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 brand new in a box. And then I have a couple open that are prepped. How many of those do I have? 1, 2. I have 2 of those. And then the ASRock board, that Performance H370 for $99. You can get that on Amazon today. You can get that ASRock H370 performance board for $99 at Amazon right now. You can pair that with the Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte drive. It's at the lowest price I've ever seen it right now at $242 at Amazon. That Corsair keyboard you guys see me use, that's my favorite keyboard. It's on sale for $29.99, and it's got macro keys. It's RGB. It's a great keyboard for $60. It's a fantastic keyboard at $29.99. It's not wireless. It's a USB keyboard. It's fantastic. I love that K55 keyboard from Corsair, and all that stuff I just mentioned is on sale right now at Amazon. Amazon is starting Black Friday early because they know distribution problems are going to be terrible. They're not going to improve. They're terrible now. They're going to stay terrible. United States Postal Service seems to be trying to bankrupt itself. Not sure what Louis DeJoy is doing apart from trying to self-destruct the post office from the inside. I don't understand why, but he is made the post office the worst it has ever been. The post office has been around 240 years, and it's never been able it's never been able to not reliably deliver the mail until this Louis DeJoy guy, or Louis, whatever his name is, he seems to want to bankrupt the post office. As far as I can tell, it appears willful, obvious, and intentional. Nobody is this stupid. What he's doing, he should go to jail for it. In the meantime, UPS and FedEx are overwhelmed. And so now Amazon is starting to do private package delivery for other companies because Amazon's delivery system is so efficient that they have more room in their trucks and the capability to deliver packages besides their own. And it's another way for Amazon to make money. And I think Amazon, if this Louis DeJoy guy keeps destroying the post office, I think Amazon's going to end up owning the post office. I think they're just going to buy it. So we'll see how that happens. It'll be a major change to the entire concept of the post office, because for it to not be associated with the government would effectively change America quite drastically in that regard. But that's the only direction I can see this going until, or if he gets ousted and replaced with somebody who's actually trying to get mail delivered quickly and efficiently. I think what he's trying to do, the post office makes money. It's just that so many people have retired from the post office that the health care and the pensions for all the retired people are causing the post office to bleed money. And it can't make enough to pay all those pensions and pay the salaries of current employees and deliver the mail and earn a profit. And generally, the only way you can get a company to avoid having to pay the pensions is for the company to file bankruptcy. So like when Chrysler filed bankruptcy, a lot of those union workers, that's it, you're cut off. And then Fiat buys them, renames it to a whole different company, Fiat Chrysler, and now they get to start over with like no bills on the table. It's just like, take all these bills and release them for my responsibility. And that appears, the appearances are that that's what this guy is trying to do with the post office, is bankrupt it so that they don't have all the expenses for the pensions and the health care of all the previous retired workers. If that's not what's happening, well, he's got me fooled. That's all I can say, because it doesn't make any sense. He recently announced you should not expect to get your packages from the USPS on time this Christmas. He's just saying it. He's just openly admitting it's just not going to happen. We are not able or capable of delivering your packages in a timely manner like we have for the last 240 years. Not anymore. So don't expect it. Also, the postal rates are going up. And you can expect normal 3-day deliveries now to take 6 days. Normally, 6 days. It could take longer. So that's a hell of a sales pitch he's making for the government office he's in charge of running. He does appear to be trying to dismantle it from the inside out. So anyway, Amazon, as a result of this entire situation with the pandemic and distribution and then the post office behaving in this unusual manner, Amazon is taking advantage of it by offering sales early so that you have time to get your gifts and presents to others, and filling in the gap of personal package delivery. Now, I don't think they're doing that here in the US just yet. I think they're doing it in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But you can expect to see more of Amazon delivery services carrying packages the same way FedEx and UPS do, as a competitor to FedEx and UPS. And as for the history of the United States Post Office and where it's going, I think Amazon's going to buy it. I don't know when. It could be 10 years from now. It could be next week. But I think at some point, Amazon's going to say, you guys, you don't know how to manage this. We'll take it over. And they'll have to rename it Amazon's USPS or something, just a minor name change, like from Chrysler to Fiat Chrysler, so that they can then disconnect themselves from the burden of pensions and healthcare from prior workers, and then actually earn a profit. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. All right, so I'll just take this opportunity to right now, if you have any questions for me, technical questions, I'll do my best to provide you an answer or direct you to where you can find the answer. And then what I'll do off camera, maybe later tonight, is I'll decide what I want to do for a heatsink on this, and I'll get this mounted back into the case, and I'll also put that Thermaltake CPU in there. And I'll probably get, hopefully I can get photo-rated cable manage it for me, and then I'll ship it back out to my friend. It should be a good computer and last them a really long time. Matt Power said the post office here are begging to hire people. Everybody's begging to hire people. On my road trip to Michigan, a number of restaurants along the freeway route were closed due to the fact that they had no employees to man the restaurants, or the hours were significantly reduced, again, due to the fact that they can't find people to work. So we're in a situation now here in the United States where we have employers that cannot find employees in nearly every aspect of every job. There are kids that are unable to get picked up by the school bus because we have a massive school bus driver shortage. And there's no way to get the kids. There's no one to drive the buses. We have hospitals that are massively understaffed, and up to 1/3, I want to say 1/3 of all hospital workers don't want to be vaccinated. And some hospitals are threatening to let those people go. So that's going on. And they're willing to walk away than get vaccinated. And they work in healthcare. And then we've got restaurants where the people who run the restaurants are now having to operate the restaurants. There's something I read in the news today that there's a restaurant chain that's sending all their executives to go work in the stores because they're so understaffed, and that their executives shouldn't think they're above operating a fryer and ringing up a customer. They think it's good for the executives to do it and to set an example. What's the restaurant that's doing that? Let me see if I can find it. In the meantime, a gallon of gas is more money now in Arizona than it has been since 2014. It's at the Arizona state average is $3.26 for a gallon of unleaded gasoline, which is the highest price it's been since 2014. So prices are going up. People don't want to work. Somehow people have the money to pay for stuff. Housing, you good luck. You put a house on the market, you'll have it sold for more than asking price, probably with a cash buyer within a day or two. So there are people who have an immense amount of money They're not financing these homes. They're buying them cash. Restaurants can't find people to work. Hospitals can't find people to work. The people that are working, they want vaccinated. They don't, a third of those people don't want to be vaccinated. And they're being threatened they're going to lose their jobs. They don't care. I'm trying to think what the name of that restaurant is. John Williams says, when the time comes, will CDK Deals have keys for Windows 11 Pro? They already do. It's called Windows 10 Pro. Those are the same keys. He says, I hope you get a commission for every license I have bought with your code. Hopefully you're using my link and my code. And if you are, I'm definitely getting the commissions. If you're using one or the other, I'm not sure. But I know if you use my link to take you to the product and you check out with my coupon code, I definitely get the commission on that. Oh, Raising Cane's. That's the name of the company. Thank you. Yeah, MLG Turtle and James Prezi. Raising Cane's is a fast food restaurant that serves chicken fingers and French fries. That's basically all they serve. And the food is very fresh. It's very competitively priced. I think it's a good value for the money. So now Raising Cane's was in the news, I think today, sending their executives to go work in the Raising Cane's stores because there's such a massive labor shortage that the restaurants are having trouble operating. Other private restaurants here in Arizona, in the Phoenix area, they're operating at about 60% capacity because they don't have enough staff. One company normally has 60 workers at one restaurant. They're down to 20 workers. They can't find anybody who wants to work. As a result, they've got to reduce their hours and they have to limit the number of people. They're no longer doing any takeout. You have to dine in, and the dine-in is only at 60% capacity because they don't have enough people to wait staff or kitchen staff to supply the needs of any more than that many people at one given time, which is causing them to lose money massively, and they can't figure out how to get people to work. So it's no different in computer tech. Being a computer tech right now, you'd have no problem finding a job. But I'd also say you'd have no problem finding a job being a police officer. The city of Phoenix, you will very rarely see a police officer conducting speeding tickets and stuff on the freeway. There just aren't any. There are supposed to be 160 motorcycle officers patrolling the roads. We have 60. 60. That means there's 100 motorcycles, police motorcycles, sitting in storage because they don't have bodies to put on them. It's not a budgeting problem. They've got the money. It's not a problem with training. They just can't get anybody who wants to do the job. So the people drive like maniacs because they know it's very unlikely you're going to see a cop on the freeway. And with all the bad press the police are getting, and most of it rightfully so due to abuse of power and misbehavior, a lot of these police that I see on YouTube that First Amendment auditors are showcasing seem to feel that whether or not you're in jail is up to the officer, which is bizarre. It's like it has nothing to do with the law. It has to do with, if you disrespect me, I'm going to handcuff you and lock you up and trump up charges to justify it. And even though it's going to get dismissed when it goes to court, I will have taught you a lesson. But what that does is it pisses off the auditor and every viewer of the officer, which floods the police department with complaints. It floods the city council with complaints, and it encourages other people to go out with their cameras so that they can also film this. In case the other guy gets arrested, they'll film the arrest of the other guy, which then causes the officers to want to arrest both of them. And the whole thing just keeps escalating and escalating and escalating until eventually nobody wants to be a cop, or people are going to riot against the police, as they have done in the recent past when these situations get out of, when the abuse of power, when the ego and the pride of the officer supersedes lawful enforcement and it becomes unlawful, they lose qualified immunity, they lose funding, and they lose trust in the city. As a result, who wants to go work for them? So nearly every police department in this country has a massive staff shortage. They can't find people who want to work as police officers. And you know what? If those are the people that are the abusive ones, good riddance. But I was at a restaurant the other day before I left for vacation. So I guess it was not the other day, the other month. And I saw the guy who runs he was a part owner of a different restaurant I went to. And he saw me and he's like, "Hey, Kerry, how are you? Are you back there running, doing the cooking?" He's like, "Yeah." And I'm thinking, "Did you lose your job?" He's like, "Oh, no. I normally work at the corporate office, but they're so understaffed. I came in here to help out." I'm like, "Well, it's great to see you, man. I haven't seen you in forever. I'm glad you're doing well." And I know he took care of me, because he made sure the food was done right and the way I like it. And I was worried at first, like, wait a minute. Did times get so rough that you had to go work as kitchen staff when you used to own the place? So anyway, no, that wasn't the case at all. He's doing essentially what Raising Cane's is doing. So employment right now in the United States I've never seen this in my life, but basically the employees have all the control, and the employees can make the rules and say, "I want this salary and I want this time off, and you're going to give it to me." And the companies don't really have much choice other than to either find an alternative way to fill the position or come up with the needs of what the employee has to have in order to work there. I've never seen this before. I mean, I'm kind of happy about it. The employers used to tell me that it was like being in the military. If they told me to do something, I had to do it. I've told this story before. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. I had a job interview. And in the job interview, you told me the job description and responsibilities. And then based on that, we negotiated a salary. Now, we've agreed upon that. These are my job responsibilities, and they're outlined in the job application or the contract of the job. You can't change that unless you also change the compensation. Doesn't work like that, Kerry. This is like the military. We tell you to do something, you got to do it. I'm like, no, this is not how this works at all. Unlike the military, I can quit anytime without notice, and it's not illegal. And unlike the military, you don't clothe me, house me, and feed me, and provide me health insurance. So this is nothing like the military, and how dare you even make that comparison? I said, for all you know, I have more money than you do. You don't know the size of the house I live in. You don't know how much money I've got in the bank. I might just be working here because it's something to do that I enjoy. You're making an assumption that you've got me in a situation that I have to have whatever pittance of income that you give me, because otherwise, without it, I won't survive. But has it ever occurred to you that I'm quite wealthy and I don't need the money, and that I just want to get paid fairly and not taken advantage of? And if you refuse to do that, I'm going to walk out? And they just look at me like, yeah, sure you are. And then I'm like, okay, bye. And then I've left a couple of jobs where I told them, I said, I could be one of those people who has money and I only work because I enjoy it. But I also won't be taken advantage of regardless of my wealth. Do you know for a fact that I am not wealthy? And they don't believe you. They just think, yeah, you're just full of it, man. You'll be here tomorrow. Okay, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. And then they never see me again. And 3 of those companies, at least 3 that I know of, have gone out of business. And the people that stayed working there after I quit, the people who were working there when the companies went out of business, didn't get a warning. They literally went to work, they woke up, they set their alarms, they got dressed, they sat in traffic, and they went to the office like they do every weekday at that early hour, and the doors were locked and there was nobody inside. They never got their final paycheck, nothing. And I think, well, I'm glad I walked out when I did. So I avoided having them do that to me, that they did to all the loyal employees who thought they didn't have a choice but to put up with that nonsense, and they still got screwed. So to see the whole thing flip the other way, it's been a long time coming. The problem is people still don't want to work, even though it's flipped the other way, and companies are willing to pay more, and companies are willing to make concessions that they were unwilling to make before. People still don't want the jobs. Like the minimum pay, the absolute minimum pay is like I think at Wells Fargo, is $21 an hour. So if you work for Wells Fargo Bank, your minimum salary, no matter what you do, if you work in the mailroom or you're a teller, your minimum starting salary, regardless of your level of education or experience, the job starts now at $21 an hour, and it only goes up. You cannot get a job for less than $21 an hour. I want to say it's Wells Fargo. It's one of the big banks. And they still can't find people. They don't want to work for Wells Fargo. I find it slightly amusing. It's also slightly frustrating because a lot of the services I like to use and restaurants I like to go to have limited menu items. They don't have all the stuff they used to have. And they have limited staff, which results in, like this place Mitch and I went to was closed. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I mean, I looked online. It says they're open on Sunday from, whatever, 10 to 5 or whatever it is, 10 to 7. And there was a notice on the door that said, we're going to be closed Sundays from this point forward. But the Google page didn't represent that. I've eaten there on Sundays before. So we drove all the way over there for nothing. The place is still open, but there's restrictions now that weren't there before and limits that weren't there before. And this is why. Let me just look through the chat room again. If you have any technical questions for me, please ask it now. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up for today. I just, I'm happy to be back. I'm just kind of chomping at the bit to get started and, get some work done. This computer was shipped to me and was waiting for me when I got here. So it was perfect timing on the delivery. And I was just excited to get started today. I wasn't initially planning to be back until today. I got back a day earlier than I was initially planning, which is good. It means I got what I needed out of my vacation. And I thought, you know what, let me make a video today, say hello to everybody, and let you know we're back on for the next 11 months before another vacation. All that stuff's done now. So now it's back to the grind. I mean, the bus driver shortage, I don't understand. How hard is it to drive a school bus? It's a part-time job, right? You got to pick the kids up in the morning and drop the kids off in the afternoon, and there might be a couple of routes you have to do. Like, for anybody retired who maybe wants a little extra money, what an easy job that is. So easy. Now, I understand dealing with these kids could be a pain in the butt, but, you just tune them out, man. Just tune them out. Focus on the road, get them where they're going, get them off the bus, keep moving. Don't let them get to you. Benjamin says you need a CDL to drive a school bus. They'll pay for I am sure if you want to be a school bus driver, they will pay for your training and pay for your license. They're desperate. Getting a CDL is not a major deal. Now, if you need to get there's another version of a license like for hauling fuel and flammables, that's much more difficult. But a CDL is extraordinarily simple. It's a formality at best. David Martinez said the old people are retiring and the young people won't work. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, huh? Carlos says, can you still make a Windows 10 USB install? Carlos, Windows 10 nothing has changed on Windows 10. Nothing will change until 2025. Everything with Windows 10 is the same today as it was yesterday and last year and the year before that and the year before that. And it will be the same tomorrow and next year and the year before, and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that. There's no reason for you to have any anxiety or concern about Windows 10. It's not going anywhere for 4 years. Nothing about it is changing. The update process is the same. The update release dates are the same. Everything is the same. Windows 11 isn't taking anything away from Windows 10 until 2025. Joshua said you have to pass a drug test to get a CD. Driving a school bus, it doesn't require much training. It is not a big deal. Trust me. I've seen the school bus drivers that drove me to school, and these weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. I'm not saying all school bus drivers are that way, but I am saying that the people who engineer rockets at SpaceX are not the same people who drive school buses. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't require going to an ivory college or being born into a family with money to acquire the goal, dream of driving a school bus. It's a noble profession. There's no shame in it. It's an honest day's work, and it doesn't require any college level education. Justin Miller contributes $10. He says, to your previous point concerning paying IT jobs, in Nevada, it will list $20 to $26 per hour, but will often attempt to talk the applicant down to less like 16 to 18. It has happened to me during job interviews. Well, that's okay. We'll see how that works out for them. You know what I mean? Like, so throughout my history, there have been a number of jobs that I applied for before I was self-employed, where it said the pay was up to, right? They specifically used the words up to, or they gave a range, and in both cases, it was depending on your experience. It wasn't that they're going to give everybody the same thing regardless of experience or education. So if you have a ton of student debt because you have a master's degree, let's say you've got a 4-year college degree or something, you're going to have a ton of student debt. So right out of the gate, if you and I were to apply for the same job, and I have a 4-year degree and you don't have any degree other than high school, I should get paid more, and I do get paid more because my education commands a higher salary. See, nobody explained this to me when I was growing up. Nobody explained to me that you can get a job as a civil engineer with a 4-year degree from any major university. And as a civil engineer, you're going to make a minimum salary. And part of your job may include driving out to an intersection and writing down the number of minivans and the number of compacts and the number of big trucks that you see for a certain number of hours in a day. Because this actually happened to somebody I know. And I said, what are you doing? Counting cars. For how long? That's my job today and tomorrow and the day after that. You're just counting the cars? Yeah. I go, you need a 4-year degree to count cars? They go, no, I need a 4-year degree to get paid $75,000 a year to count the cars. Oh. And by the way, the whole job wasn't counting cars. That was just something that had to be done for a certain project. But it was like, wait a minute, that's ridiculous. What a waste of a degree. But yeah, it never occurred to me that just having the degree automatically set you up for a higher salary for the same exact job as anybody else. That's a given. Do you know when Windows 10 21H2 is available? Usually, those updates come out every fall and every spring. So if you look at the previous releases of updates from Windows 10, they usually occur in May and in October. Microsoft has never released on a specific day for any of these updates, nor have they necessarily released on a specific month. They tend to be a little more cautious because in the past, when Microsoft released something in order to keep their word and it wasn't ready and it was causing all kinds of problems, the media ate them alive. So now Microsoft, to avoid being just decimated by the media, they want to make sure that they've worked out every conceivable problem that will affect the vast majority of people before they release any major updates anymore. That's why Windows 11 is such a boring release, because they're playing it safe in order to avoid, media is out of control right now. And the cost of marketing is for Microsoft into the hundreds of millions of dollars that they spend every single year on marketing. Marketing is damn near a product as big as Windows for Microsoft. So to undo that with bad press because you rushed something out when you knew damn well it wasn't ready, it doesn't work for them anymore like that. So while you might be used to that if you've been a user of Windows for some time, you'll find that they are now much more cautious in releasing things to ensure that the major issues have been resolved, rather than taking a beating in the press and in just in media, social media and news media together, just roast them. And as a result of that, these big updates no longer have set release dates. They'll be released when they're ready. As a result, there's nothing you can set your watch to. It will re-released when it's released, and that'll be that. And when we have information on it, of course, I will share it with you. But, even when 21H1 came out, I didn't know that it was coming out the day before. I had no idea. No idea. Even the day before it came out, Microsoft did not officially say anything. Hey, you can expect this next week. Hey, we're going to release it in 24 hours. Nope. Microsoft no longer plays that anymore, because something at the last minute could cause them to pull it, and then we're back to the bad press and bad media. So Microsoft releases it when they're ready to release it, and they will no longer give you any heads up of when that will be, for that very reason. You guys created this. The whole culture created this. And because the culture has created this, this is now how they're reacting to it. So this is now what people can expect from this point forward until that behavior changes. I don't see that behavior changing, and I think you can get more accustomed to companies being much more cautious about releases, including Apple. They're taking a beating on this latest iPhone release. And I think you're going to find that these beatings are resulting in companies not being as innovative, not being as bold, and not disclosing any information until after it's released. And then they'll talk about it. And I don't know what choice the culture has given them. I don't know that I would do anything any differently. If I was treated that way, I would respond exactly the same way. If there's no sense of appreciation and there's no sense of the good, and all we're going to do is focus on the negative, well, then we're not going to give you a heads up about it anymore. We'll make sure that we double check everything and we don't rush it out for greed. And then we'll rush it out when we feel like it. Well, not rush it out. We'll release it when we feel like releasing it, and we will not tell you when that will be. Nobody, that's going to be that way from now on until something in our culture changes. That's the past now. That time is gone. You have to understand when I say that the updates are reliable, what I mean by that is that there have been times in the past, numerous times in the past, where Microsoft was made aware of a problem from beta testers. Said, don't release this, it's causing a major problem. And Microsoft ignored that and released it anyway. So when I tell you it's reliable, what I mean by that, because I realize I'm talking to a literal culture now and nobody understands intent, which really is irritating. But what I mean when I say that is that when Microsoft knows they have a problem, they will not release it, the update, until that problem has been resolved. And they will postpone the update indefinitely if it's a major problem. If it's a minor problem and Microsoft feels like this is going to affect a very small amount of people, we can absorb that hit on social media from this little tiny group, we'll go ahead and release it. But if it's an issue that's going to affect a lot of people and they know about it, they will no longer release it, whereas before they were. They're like, yeah, we'll just deal with it. Just get it out. The sooner we get it out, the sooner we make money. Now, it's if we rush it out, it's going to cost us money. So in order to avoid losing too much money, let's make sure that all the major issues that we are aware of are completely and 100% resolved and tested to be resolved. Then we release the product. Now, it's possible after the product is released that people encounter other problems that somehow made it through all the beta testers that Microsoft had no idea about, but it is highly unlikely. Those are more than likely little tiny pockets of the population, a little percentage of a percent, 1% of 1%, who have this weird problem. It's not a big deal. But this is the behavior you can expect from Microsoft going forward, and I want you to understand why. This is exactly the behavior that has resulted from people behaving the way they behave. And if people continue to exhibit this type of entitlement behavior and unrealistic expectations of demands, you can expect companies to do less and less and less. Because if doing more upsets people, then you just do less and charge them more for it. You can consider that the way forward until our culture changes. There's no other way to operate a business anymore. To take a beating for being innovative and for coming to market early with something the way they used to. They won't do that anymore. And that's a death sentence for your company to rush a product out before it's ready in today's day and age. You know, products like the Newton and the Lisa would never be released. They would never release them. The Zune would have never been released. In today's society, Microsoft would never have approved that for public release until the issues were resolved. That was something that used to happen, but it won't happen anymore because it'll be the death of the company if they do it now in today's society. You know, one of the reasons SpaceX is so amazing at what they do is in the government, when you work for the United States government, and specifically if you're like working for NASA, if you want to do something innovative and it fails, you're going to lose your job. So when we were sending people up to space in the shuttle program, we were using technology, what we call proven technology from the 1960s in the 1980s. We were not really using much 1980s technology in the shuttle program because it wasn't safe for an employee who's in charge as a government official to do something that ends up failing. You will lose your job. So by moving the space stuff to private sector, now you have risk takers, people like Elon Musk, people like Jeff Bezos, people like Richard Branson, people who are willing to innovate, and those innovations SpaceX had to launch 4 rockets before they got one that went up without blowing up. But in the process of rockets blowing up, they were learning how to make a rocket not blow up. They weren't losing their jobs because of it. And the end result of that was a reusable part of the rocket that's the most expensive part, that is so routine that it lands on its own. We don't even acknowledge it on TV anymore. Do you know the last time a SpaceX rocket went up? Do any of you even know? Do any of you know 4 civilians just spent 3 days in space and it's never happened before? NASA's never been able to do that. They tried once, it didn't work out so well. So the government, in order to avoid losing your job, you keep everything the same. Don't shake, what's the expression? Don't rock the boat. Keep doing it the same way you've always done it. Don't innovate. Don't advance. Stick with what you know works and just use it forever. If the United States government was building a rocket today, they would build it the same as a Saturn V. The same technology, everything would be more or less the same. In order for the United States to build a rocket now, which, by the way, they are doing, they still have to subcontract out to some private companies for certain parts, but more importantly, it costs them 3 times more money and takes 3 or 4 times longer. SpaceX can build the rocket that NASA's building, and they can do it in 1/3 of the time and at 1/3 of the cost. And the government said, no, thank you, because this creates jobs. If we build the rocket slowly and at a great expense, where's that money going? It's going to the workers. It's going to the people we're employing to build these rockets, right? And we're not going to experiment and blow our rocket up. So we're going to stick with older technology that we know works. We're going to build a rocket using 20 and 30-year-old technology or older, hiring people in our local districts that our politicians are then going to the Senate and they're saying, yeah, we should vote, and the politicians are saying, if you vote for me, I'll get you jobs. I will get you good paying jobs. I will bring the rocket industry back. And so the people say, that sounds good, right? My local politician says we're going to build rockets in my city. If I vote for him, I want to build a rocket. I want to do that. I want to use my aerospace degree I've never been able to use. So you vote for him. Then he goes to the Senate and he says, we need to build these rockets. The government needs to build these rockets. We need to supply funding to other companies to manufacture some of the materials. We need to supply jobs to our constituents. And we need this to last as long as possible. If we can draw this out and make this rocket build take as long as possible, and we spend as much as we can possibly afford to spend on this, this is paying our citizens. This is paying industries to provide parts. This is moving the entire economy. And in the meantime, Elon Musk is going, I could have had this done for you at 1/3 of the cost to already be done. They're like, no, thank you. We'd rather not. It's mind-blowing that that's the justification to spend 3 times as much, use old technology, and it's all political. It's not logical. It's logical in a political sense, but it's not logical in a financial or optimized. There's nothing optimized about it. It is the bureaucracy at its best. It's absolutely shocking, the logic they use to justify the extraordinary expense and the extraordinary length of time that can be done by SpaceX for, 70% less money and less time invested. I just think it's crazy. What's that rocket NASA's building? I don't even remember what it's called now. Artemis? Is it Artemis? Anyway, they're building it. They want to put it on the moon. I think they're going to have SpaceX make the lunar lander, and Jeff Bezos is suing the government for not letting Amazon make the lunar lander. There's a big lawsuit from Amazon against the government on letting SpaceX build it. But that's just the landing module, not the rocket. NASA's building the rocket. I think it's called Artemis. But Google it. There's a great 60 Minutes article questioning the head of NASA about what justifies this extraordinary expense and extraordinary amount of time when we have companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and, that are right here ready to go. And they more or less detailed it just the way I explained it, but in better detail. Jose says, Carrie, check your PayPal. Okay, I'll check my email. Hey, Jose just sent $100 via PayPal. Thank you, Jose. I appreciate that very much. Joseph Mahoney sent an Amazon gift card for $50. Joseph or Joe, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I have an email from CDK Deals. Carrie, how are you? I want to know if you can do a video about our Windows 11, and please make an affiliate link. I will send you a product key if you do the video for us, or we can do a video describing the differences between Windows 10 and 11. So apparently, CDK Deals, referring to an earlier question, they're already selling the Windows 11 keys. But Jose, very generous. Thank you so much. And Daryl Loftus Jr. contributed an Amazon gift card, $25. So Daryl, Joseph, and of course, Jose, thank you guys so much for your contributions, for supporting what I'm doing here. These projects, I'm doing more projects because of the contributions. All the money pretty much goes right back into the channel again, so I can continue to do more builds. I've got a motherboard coming that supposedly has an Ethernet problem based on, well, this was on Doug Bett's Windows Live training channel. I was there in the chat room when he was diagnosing a problem. When I was on vacation, I was just hanging out. I thought I'd, check in. And it turns out that on an X470 chipset with the Intel i225V Ethernet adapter, causes random dropouts, and Intel says it's a hardware problem, and they've addressed it with the i225V2 version. But there's this long, detailed description of how you can kind of put this patch in place that fixes it. And I made a short video about that while I was away. That's the one where I edited Doug's video, obviously with his permission, with his consent. And then I decided to order the board and test it myself. And again, that's done with the Amazon gift cards. I bought the board, and I bought the board used. It's a $300 motherboard, which adds, insult to injury. But it was returned to Amazon for $150. I'm like, maybe it was a $250. It was $100 off. So it was a return motherboard. I've ordered it. And the reason I ordered it is to verify if this Ethernet adapter actually has the problem that Doug Betts was exposing on his channel. So we're going to find out. And I purchased it with Amazon gift card money that you guys have sent. So as you can see, I used that money that I received to go back into the channel for more projects, more videos. And Doug was working remotely, so he didn't have the system in front of him. So I'm very curious if I have this very same system in front of me, if I will have the same problems he had, or, well, the customer had. Or if that was just some weird thing that the customer did and maybe didn't give us all the information. I'm going to dig down to the truth of this. I'm hoping to do that next week. And then what will probably happen is that board will go into a giveaway, and I'd love to give a computer to Jose. Jose's been very generous with his contributions. I'd love to send one of these computers that I build over to you. But I won't be able to get to it for a few weeks. Just ask Lou Greeny. He knows the wait can be, 6 to 8 weeks or longer. But There's folks like Mortmont, Tony Wallow, Jose, frequent and generous contributors who, if they want a computer, I want to make sure I get you one. And it'll be one of the ones I build here for the channel. Because once they're built for the purposes of making the video, I don't need the computer anymore. And I also don't want to sell it because I don't want to support it. So I'd rather just give it away to somebody who's been generous to me and then say, you know, no warranty. I'll help you, don't get me wrong. But, you know, I'm not going to stop everything I'm doing and, you know, prioritize a support call for a computer I gave away for obvious reasons. Otherwise, I'd have sold it. So I think it's just it's a great business model for me where I can continually bring in revenue, use that revenue to buy the components I need to make the videos. And then once I'm done with the video, I don't need the components anymore. So then I have to find a way to either sell them, which then I have to support them, or give them away. But then I'm limited, of course, to just the United States because, you know, it was $1,400 to ship a computer to Australia, which is ridiculous. And then there was $425 in import fees that the Australian government required. So a $2,500 computer cost $1,400 to ship it, and another $425 in taxes. So that computer that I shipped to Australia, the gentleman had a $5,000 budget, and it ended up costing, it was around $4,400, give or take. So we were still under budget, and my heart was in my chest, wondering if that computer was going to even arrive in one piece, shipping it that far. Yeah, I was a nervous wreck. But he got it, and it was perfect. Nothing was dislodged, nothing was dented, the glass wasn't broken, even had a big video card in it, installed in it. Perfect, no problems. Johnny Kapoor says, I am not buying TPM 2.0 for Windows 11. Nobody has to buy TPM 2.0 for Windows 11. I just turned TPM on the board. Didn't you tune in earlier and see me do that? You just go on the BIOS and turn the TPM on. It's on every CPU that's been made since 2016. Every Intel CPU and every AMD CPU, as far as I know, starting from 2016 on forward, has TPM already in it. So this idea that you have to buy it, where'd you hear that from? Why are people saying that? It's the strangest thing I've ever heard. Doesn't match reality at all. There are some exceptions. There are some CPUs built in 2016 that did not have the built-in TPM, but you'd be hard-pressed to find one. Christopher says, what if you just dismantled the parts and sold the parts? I don't sell parts, because if I sell parts, then I have to package each part individually. I have to go to the post office or, FedEx. I have to, how much time that takes? I'm not sure you understand. Let's say I broke this into pieces. Somebody wanted to buy the RAM, and someone wanted to buy the power supply, and someone wanted to buy the motherboard, and somebody wanted to buy the CPU. I don't have time to package all this up. It has to be packaged so it won't be broken. I can't just slap it in an envelope. It's got to be in an anti-static bag. It's got to have 2 inches of padding around every bit of it. Then it's got to have an address label made up. I got to verify the address label is correct. I got to get in the car, drive to the post office or the FedEx facility, wait in line for my turn. Then they have to answer the questions that they have and fill out the forms, and then pay for it, and then get back in the car and get back here. How much time, if that all went quickly, how much time in my day would I lose? And in that time, I could have been here working on something, earning $125 an hour, but instead I spent that hour running errands. For what? And then somebody gets the part and they break it, and they go, you sold me a bad part. Or somebody gets the part and they switch it with another one and say, hey, the part you sold me doesn't work, and they're pulling a scam on me. Or the part arrives damaged, or the part gets lost in the mail. They go, Carrie, where's my package? I paid you for my package. Now I'm spending hours in administrative tasks trying to find tracking, trying to pull up the receipt, trying to figure out where the package is. There's not enough money, and that's just stupid. That is absolutely the fastest way for me to go out of business is to try and sell nickels and dimes all day. That doesn't make any sense at all. All that's doing is creating more work and generating less revenue while avoiding other work that does generate more revenue. Surely you can see that doesn't make any sense. This isn't a garage sale. I'm not operating a swap meet. This is a business. And every hour of every day, I have paying customers waiting for me. I'm not sitting around going, I got nothing else to do today. Let me see what I can sell. And then I got to deal with all the support questions, delivery problems, damages, lost packages, waiting in line. Oh, no. Hell no. Let me just emphasize that very clearly. Now, if somebody was local, and if it was somebody I kind of knew, not some stranger, but somebody I kind of knew and I wanted to help them out, I'd sell them a part and I'd say, hey, this is just between you and me. Because I don't normally sell parts, but I'll help out a friend. I'll help out somebody who I'm familiar with. Like, I don't have to be good friends with them, but it can't just be some random stranger on the internet going, hey, will you sell me a motherboard? For all I know, you're a scam artist. And I'm not going to go out of my way to sell you a motherboard. That's not what I do. But if you're somebody who I know in any way, I would probably do that for you. If I have something, I'd be happy to help you out. And you're local, no problem. But it's nothing that I can generate a living from, nor do I want to. Go on Amazon. Get whatever you want. They'll ship it to you. That's what Amazon's for. I'm not Amazon. Michael McFarland contributes. I think Michael is in Thailand. That is a Philippine. He's in Philippines. 250 Philippine pesos, which is about $5 US. Well, thank you, Michael. Again, I appreciate your contributions and your continued support. And it's pretty cool, like people watching me in the Philippines. How's that? Pretty neat. Marco said, I just shipped my first $4,200 computer to California. Fingers crossed. Well, that figures. I'm shipping computers to Florida, and Marco's shipping computers to California. Marco, come on, man. I should be shipping the computers to California, and you should be dealing with the ones in Florida. This is all messed up. How's it possible you're getting California customers and I'm getting Florida customers when I'm right next door to California and you're already in Florida? This doesn't make any sense. Still, I'm sure it'll be fine. Photo Ray said, Gary's back. Seemed like a short vacation. Hey, Photo Ray, good to see you. Yeah, I came back. I got back yesterday. I left a couple days early, but I was planning to be back by this weekend anyway. That was all part of the schedule. So I'm on schedule. It's basically 3 weeks I was gone and desperately needed. I am recharged. Leslie says, you got me watching from Scottsdale, Arizona, and that he ships laptops all over. Well, yeah, shipping a laptop's not a big deal. It's shipping these big computers that's a little nerve-wracking when you're shipping them across the United States and they're going via truck the entire way, you know. So a lot of opportunity for damage. Marco said the customer in California is a former Florida resident. Oh, all right. Well, that checks out, Marco. All right, then that's okay. Hey, again, last technical questions. It's 8:30 here, and I've got some other stuff I want to do before it gets too late. So, yeah, any last technical questions? If you asked earlier, I didn't see it. Please ask again. In one way or another, I'm wrapping this up here very soon. John Hanson said he won't buy another Corsair keyboard because they got burned on warranty. I did too, John, and I said the same thing you did until I saw this keyboard for, at the time, it was $35. And I thought, for $35, I'll risk it. The other keyboard was about $200, and I was really upset with how Corsair treated me. And I'm like, I'm never going to buy another Corsair keyboard again. Well, it turns out I'm okay with buying a Corsair keyboard if it's inexpensive. I won't buy another $200, or I won't even buy another $100 keyboard from Corsair. That will never happen again. It's too much money for them to just do effectively what you just said happened to you, which is they don't honor the warranty, or they say too bad. So I'll pay for the repair. We don't offer repairs. It's either a warranty replacement or it's in the garbage can. Now, on a $200 keyboard, that's unacceptable. On a $35 keyboard, I don't care. Rather ironically, I've not had any of these $35 keyboards fail on me. And now they're on sale for $29.99. And I would strongly suggest that you not buying the Corsair K55 at $29.99 is not punishing anybody but you. It is a fantastic keyboard. Now, I don't think it's mechanical. I think it's a membrane, but it's got a mechanical feel to it. It's very strange. It's very comfortable. It is by far my favorite keyboard. However, that's my personal preference. Obviously, I don't know what you like, but at $29.99, and it's through Amazon with a full 30-day free return policy, there's no risk here. And if it breaks out of warranty, who cares? For $30, if you get a year out of it, what did that cost you? $2 a month? And furthermore, the keyboard I'm using now I've had for multiple years. So again, when you're dropping big coin on a keyboard, you expect good service and support. And when you don't get it, it's like, well, I'm never going to do that again. But it doesn't mean that all the keyboards are that way, because if you can pick up a $30 keyboard that's really good, then as long as, it's honored in the warranty, first of all, if it does have a warranty issue, and out of warranty, who cares that it doesn't hurt to throw away a $30 keyboard like a $200 keyboard. That's all I'm saying. I think it's worth checking out. That's me. Photo Ray said, I've been having trouble with the Corsair K55 keyboards not connecting at startup or wake up. Yes, they are membrane. I don't think that's a keyboard. I think that's your USB port. I've got the K55. I've got numerous K55s hooked into numerous computers. I've never once experienced that. So either the keyboard you've got is bad, which is possible, or the USB port or the USB controller on the board is bad, which is also possible. But with the number of K55s I've used, I've never experienced what you're describing. But I have experienced keyboards not working on some motherboards, and it was always universally the problem of the motherboard. But, you'd have to test it. You'd have to take one of my spare K55s and use it and see if the same problem happens. If it does happen, it's the motherboard. If it doesn't happen, it's the keyboard. I mean, that's a real simple thing to diagnose. But I can tell you, I've been using the K55 for years, and I feel like a sucker for paying $35 for it, because now you can get it for $30. So it's not a major investment, and I don't have any issues at all. And the people I've recommended it to, they all love it. Nobody, this is the first time I've heard anything about that. So, Alex wants to know if Gigabyte Socket 1151 motherboards have TPM 2.0 on their boards that can be enabled in the BIOS. There is no universal blanket for all boards that have a certain socket, all have certain features. It's not the way the industry works. Some motherboards will have it, some motherboards won't. When you go back to before 2016 specifically, there are going to be some boards that have it, some boards that don't. It's not that a manufacturer it enables the same feature across all product line. It doesn't work that way for any feature. So I would suggest you look up the specific board you're interested in, and then the information is available at your discretion and at your convenience using your keyboard in Google. It's not hidden. There's no reason to ask somebody else to do the work for you because you're the one who's wanting something very, very specific and very, very old. And so it's really up to you to put the effort in, if it matters to you, to research that to determine which boards have it and which boards don't. But there is never a scenario where a manufacturer includes a specific feature for a certain socket that goes across the entire line of boards. That has never existed, and it probably never will, because then it would be hard to justify why one motherboard would cost more than another one. So if you're pricing things as super cheap as you possibly can, you're less likely going to have that feature. The cost is coming out of what you're getting. You pay less. If you pay less, you get less. Plain and simple. And when you go back that far, I don't know when 2.0 or TPM came out. So you're just gonna have to look up the individual boards you're interested in. Freedom Flights contributes $9.99 and says, I migrated my dad's company's website to a new hosting provider. The Microsoft 365 emails stopped receiving incoming emails, and I did not edit any of the MX records. Any suggestions? Let me think about this. Migrated my dad's company website to a new web hosting provider. Okay, so you moved a domain to a different host. And I'm assuming it's that domain that's where the emails are directed. The Microsoft 365 email stopped receiving incoming email. And I did not edit any of the MX records. Well, the MX records would have to be edited in the new host. You'd have to move the MX records from the old host to the new one. And then when you do that, you usually have to verify you haven't just stolen it. You usually have to put a CNAME in there that they're going to tell you, put the CNAME in there so we can verify you are who you say you are, and we'll re-enable it. So essentially, you need to contact the folks at Office or at Microsoft 365 and ask them to assist you in this, because without their help, you can't, as far as I know, you can't do it without their help. But if anybody else knows an answer in the chat different than that, you're certainly welcome to provide that information. If I don't have it correct, it's possible. I'm assuming some information here that wasn't provided. But I think your best course of action, and it may be your only course of action, is the contact support at Microsoft 365. Freedom Flight said the domain is still with Network Solutions. The web hosting is with another company. What do you think about this? So you've got the domain registered at Network Solutions, and that didn't change, but you're directing the traffic for email to Microsoft Office 365, and you're directing the web traffic to the other host. US Part Talk says, I ordered the Tech Key wireless network adapter USB that you recommended. Yeah, it's under 20 bucks. He goes, I used your link, and since installing it, it has been rock solid with no disconnects from the internet. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have recommended it if I'm glad to hear you had a good experience. I'm not surprised. Gary Boyd says, on the email issue, verify the DNS servers. Yeah. But again, he'd probably need to talk to the folks at Microsoft 365 for that too. Pete says, all the queries I had were already answered by you, Carrie. Thank you. Right on, Pete. Glad I could answer your questions before you asked them. What else? Anything else? Beard203 said to fix the email, he needs to go to the Office 365 site and reset the link from the setup page. It needs to be registered to the correct host, and that should correct the issue. I have no idea. John Hansen said, Carrie is very smart and old school like me, but I'm dumb. Well, you said Carrie is very smart like me, but I'm dumb. I'm confused. Which one are you? H wants to know, is an Asus 590 Plus motherboard good to buy? Every motherboard is good to buy. It depends on if the motherboard fits the needs that you have, if it has the features that you want, if it is at the price that you're willing to pay, and if it's in stock and available to buy, which a lot of stuff isn't. There is no bad motherboard. Any motherboard sold from any of the big manufacturers like MSI, Gigabyte, Asus, ASRock, there's no such thing as a bad one, right? What you determine is good or bad, or when you see reviews online, you're listening to people's opinions, right? I have a great example for this, and then we'll wrap it up. When I was in Michigan, I loved the food in Michigan. I love the culture, I love the food. And when I was there, there's two things that I picked up. Where are they? Oh, yeah. Here's this, and here's this. And these, I've already been eating these, so they're already open. But let's start with this. These are potato chips that are cooked dark. They like cook them until they're... You ever have a bag of potato chips? There's like some brown ones. Well, this is nothing but the brown ones. Oh, it smells so good. Now this one, these are a different kind of potato chip. Only available in Michigan or in surrounding states. And these are kettle cooked that are Michigan cherry barbecue kettle cooked chips. Okay, so Michigan, especially like Traverse City, very well known for the cherries that grow there. It's one of the things that's Michigan pride. Like cherry capital of the world. Now, which one of these bags of chips is better? This one is $3.69, and this one is, I don't know, $3.49. Which one is better? Now here's the thing. You might look at these dark chips and you might think those are overcooked. See if I can pull some out of here. You might think that's overcooked. I wouldn't eat that. And I'm like, give me a bag of these. I cannot find these in Arizona. I can't even find anything like it. It's just a bag of the dark chips. All right. I don't know why they're called rainbow. All right. They're wonderful. I love them. Now this bag, Michigan Cherry Barbecue. Michigan. Okay. I've had plenty of barbecue chips in my life, and I've had plenty of cherry flavored things in my life, but I've never heard of a cherry flavored barbecue sauce. So in the bag, there are these very crunchy kettle cooked chips. And I have a hard time explaining what these taste like. I'm not sure if I like them, so I bought 3 more bags just to be sure. Because I keep eating them, and I'm trying to think how I would describe this to you. This tastes like someone took a barbecue chip and took black cherry seasoning and sprinkled it all over the chips. So when you're chewing it, the first thing that hits you isn't the sweet, like red cherry, but the flavor of black cherry. Typically, when you drink a black cherry flavored thing, it's got a very distinctive flavor. It's different than cherry. And I've never tasted anything like this before. It is the weirdest thing. And I don't know if I like them or not. There's not much left in this bag. And I can't make up my mind if these are the best chip I've ever had or disgusting. I'm going to keep eating more bags of this until I figure it out. Now, while I was in Michigan, I had to buy Michigan-made potato chips. So these are what they call hot barbecue. And there is nothing hot about these. They're not hot at all. But they're great. They taste great. And I said, what's this? You know, you can imagine me at the Meijer, right? I'm just in the chip aisle going, you know. This is honey barbecue. Well, honey barbecue sounds pretty good. As you can see, most of the bag is still remaining. You can guess and conclude. I don't care for these. There's not much barbecue flavor to them at all. There's not much honey flavor to them at all. They taste like sweet salt. on potato chips. Not the most appealing flavor I've ever had. But on the other hand, since I can't get these in Arizona, I'm glad I don't like them, because otherwise, where would I find them? So, asking me if a motherboard is good is like asking me which bag of these chips is good. Obviously, somebody likes these honey barbecue ones. They sell them. And they had them in as much quantity as everything else. Somebody likes these dark chips so much so that I had to go to 3 different places because the other 2 places were sold out. And these Michigan cherry chips, this company didn't even exist before 2006. This is a fairly new company, the Great Lakes Potato Chip Company. And they mostly just have traditional flavors. So I saw cherry barbecue and I thought, the hell does that taste like? It's either the best thing I've ever eaten or it's disgusting. I'm not sure. Nicholas says, I wish they filled bags of chips all the way. You don't want them to fill a bag of chips all the way. When I was driving back from Michigan, and this happened last year and it happened this year, about the time I get to, and depending on the route, Kansas or Oklahoma, this way I was going through Kansas this year. I went through Kansas City and kind of just hit a corner of Oklahoma and a little corner of Texas. Just took the state highways and stayed off the major freeways. These bags, they explode randomly in the car as the altitude changes. I thought it was temperature related. It seems to be altitude related. So I'm driving and it sounds like a bomb went off in my car. Boom! I'm just driving, all of a sudden, boom! And it's these bags exploding, and it's these Better Made chips are the only ones that do it. And you can hear the air coming out of this one. This is the one that exploded. And the way it sounded like a gun went off in the car. Now, if this bag had been filled all the way, there would have been chips everywhere. Last year, it ripped the bag completely open, and thankfully, the chips start right about here. The rest of that is cushioning for your chips, so they can move around without damage. But whatever they're filling these bags with, we knew it was going to burst, because driving back, the bag got super inflated. It looked like it was about to pop. And it was like, well, you know, since it happened last year, I knew to expect it. But you never know when it's going to happen. You're just driving, minding your own business. Boom! What just happened? Did we just get a flat tire? I'm like freaking out. And yeah, it was just... And then I saw this little snack, and since I'm talking about snacks, I saw this one. And I don't know if these are available nationwide, but these are Garden of Eaton Wicked Hot corn chips. So they're like a Dorito, I suppose. But they're actually a bit spicy. A lot of times when these companies say stuff is hot, it's not. These are way crunchier than a Dorito. They're a little thicker. And the seasoning, I wouldn't call it hot. It's a little tingly. I kind of wish they were hot, because then it would stop me from eating the whole bag when my mouth is on fire. Speaking of that, There's a show called Jackass, movies called Jackass, and a guy in there called Steve-O. Those of you familiar? And he has his own hot sauce now, which is Steve-O's hot sauce for your butthole. And I bought it as a joke, thinking it was funny. It's actually one of the best hot sauces I've ever had. And I was just thinking, if I put some of this hot sauce on one of these chips, that might actually make it hot. And the flavors, I think, will go together. So let's see what happens if I do this. And I am not a big hot sauce person, so it's not going to take a lot, just a little tiny bit. Oh, okay, that's enough right there for me. Well, that works quite well. I think I want to do another one. Wait, I need a bigger chip. Come on, give me a bigger chip. All right, a little bit more. That's hot sauce. It's not too hot. Again, I'm only putting a little bit on there. Obviously, if I use more, it's going to be a lot hotter. But that's enough that I can feel it. And I'm like, okay, that is one of the best hot sauces I have ever had. It's not just a mouth of pain. It's got great flavor to it. It's seasoned really, really well. Who'd have thought Steve-O could make such a great hot sauce? Well, if you have an opportunity to try it, you can buy it at Amazon. Let's see, I've missed a couple contributions. Let me scroll back and then let me say goodbye. Let's see what we got here. Report of the week. I love that guy. I love Report of the Week. Steve-O put hot sauce in his eye on a dating show. Yeah, I'm not surprised anything Steve-O does. Report of the week. That's Review Bra. Is that his guy? Yeah, he's something else. And his sarcasm. He's so funny. If you really listen to what he's saying, he's quite funny. Very clever guy. So what have I missed? Let's see. Okay, there's Freedom Flights. We talked about that. Carrie, what's the name of the wireless keyboard and mouse you've got there? I don't think they make them anymore. This one over here, I think they still make. If you go to amazon.com/shop/Carrie Holzman, you'll see every part I use is listed. All the tools, the keyboards, it's all right there on my Amazon shop. But I think the Jellycomb keyboard, they only make it with the numeric keypad. They don't make the short keyboard anymore. This one's from a company called Artec, A-R-T-E-C-K. The Artec one, I don't like it as much as the Jellycomb, but the Jellycomb one, they don't make the short version anymore. But do look in my, please look in my Amazon shop. Amazon.com/shop, SHOP/Carrie Holzman, all one word, all lowercase, no spaces, and you'll see my shopping list there. Wesley says, Carrie, is Subaru Mike still visiting Arizona on your videos in time soon? I don't know what that question means. He lives in Arizona. Why would he be visiting where he lives? I don't have much time to edit the previous video I shot with Subaru Mike, which we shot a year ago. I have to finish that, and I won't shoot anything new with him until the last thing we did is finished, and I just don't have time. But when I do, it will be posted. Patrick says, where's my Vernors to wash down the chips? You know, I've had enough Vernors for a while, but I do like it. Planet Cryos contributes 99 cents. Thank you, Planet Cryos. And Planet Cryos, you know, did those edits for me while I was away, which enabled me to have some content I would not have ordinarily had. So, you know, if you see Planet Cryos there in the chat room, as he is now, if you appreciate that, let him know. I think he does a great job on the edits. And, you know, I can't be in two places at the same time. So, so he's there contributing. What else do we have? Nitrogen in the chip bags is an inert gas. And yeah, I thought it was nitrogen. But for some reason, the better made chips, they always explode. The other chips I bring back, no problem. In fact, all the other stuff I bring back, no problem. There's something about either they're overfilling the bag or they're gas using, but it's the elevation change, and it causes the bags to explode. Planet Kraus contributes $5. He said the Samsung Evo Plus 2 terabyte is $237 right now. Really? So I did talk about it earlier, that earlier today, literally, it was 241, 242, and that's a significant decrease from the great price of 249 that I was making a big deal about. I got too many chips in my way. Story of my life. Let's take a look here. Samsung 970, you just type in 2 terabyte. That should be good enough for the search. Yeah, just as you said, $237.02 for the Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte. This same drive was $349.99. It's supposed to be $299.99. And when it went on sale at $249.99 back in December, I recommended people buy them because they didn't stay on sale for more than a couple weeks. And they went back up, not only to $299, they kept bump. You can go to camelcamelcamel.com and just copy the link in Amazon and paste it over there in camel. And you can verify what I'm telling you on the pricing of this product on Amazon, because they monitor the prices at Amazon for, you know, some products never change. You can look at it for the last 12 months and the price is just the same. And you can look at other products like an Elgato capture card and see that before the pandemic it was $99 on sale, and after the pandemic it's $300 plus. Now with this Samsung 970, it's gone up and down like a roller coaster, but when it goes down, it doesn't stay down very long, and when it goes up, it stays up for quite a while. So it was up from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and it wasn't until last month that the price hit $249. And I made a video and I said, guys, it's at $249. Now you're telling me, it's been brought to my attention that I'm just verified, it's at $237. Okay, when you consider a budget 2 terabyte NVMe drive is around $200, $210, it's pretty unusual that you can find any NVMe drive from any manufacturer at 2 terabytes for under $200. And if it is, it's going to just barely be. And the read and write speeds are not going to be anywhere near comparable to the Samsung. And you don't get the Samsung Magician software. You may not get any software with like an Inland. If anybody's got one, it'll be Inland. That'll be the cheap one. Or there's some manufacturer you never heard of, which good luck getting any support. So at $237, you're almost at budget drive prices at that 2 terabyte capacity, but at the higher end of the performance on Generation 3 NVMe. There's really nothing really faster. Certainly nowhere near that price point. And Gen 3 pretty much maxes out at about 3,600 megabytes on the read speeds anyway. I think its theoretical limit is 4,000, but then there's error correction and overhead. So you're going to see about 3,600 peak. And in PCIe Generation 4 should double that. So you should see 7,200, 7,400, something like that, which I think they're only just now starting to achieve. But that is a hell of a deal. That is a hell of a deal. So Planet Crash, thank you for your contribution and for bringing that to our attention. That's a hell of a deal. $237, 2 terabytes on a high performance NVMe Generation 3 drive from Samsung. I've never seen it that cheap. That is a new low, and I mean that in a good way. And furthermore, Amazon says if I order it right now, I'll have it to my door between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. So Amazon's saying they'll have it to my door within 7 to 10 hours of me ordering it at no additional cost. Have I watched Billion Dollar Code? I don't know what that is. The show that's on right now, I've been enjoying, is called What We Do in the Shadows, which is a very improvisational show. And knowing that it's improv and they're making most of it up as they go is what makes it so funny. So I've been enjoying that. And of course, Archer started up again. I've always enjoyed Archer. And I think those are the only two. Oh, Saturday Night Live started back up, but that wasn't anything we're talking about. I'm glad it's back up, but I'd like to see them, bring on worthy guests and musicians. I don't even know who the musician was. I never heard of the musician. And what else? There is talk of Babylon 5 being rebooted by the same author, J. Michael Straczynski, who I think lives in Tucson. And I think maybe Hulu's going to carry that. The 3rd season of Orville finished shooting, and as far as I know, is in post-production for Hulu. I'm excited to see that. Star Trek Lower Decks is on. I'm having a hard time deciding if I like it or not. The new Boba Fett series from Star Wars is going to start next month. The movie Dune opens October 22nd. I think this is going to be a 2-part movie. So if you go to this movie, you should know there's no ending to it. As far as I know, you have to wait until the sequel comes out for the rest of the book. Dune is an amazing book, and it's over 400 pages. And trying to condense that into one 2-hour movie, it's not possible. Not without cutting out a significant part of what makes Dune, Dune. So this looks like it's worthy of watching on a big screen. I might go to the movie theater for this. I know James Bond opened today. I don't care. I mean, it's James Bond. It's a little... storylines are always a bit convoluted with James Bond. I will see it, but not in the theater. I did finally see Free Guy. That was a great movie. Glad I didn't see it in the theater, though. It's not worth risking getting sick. But it was very enjoyable. I like Ryan Reynolds. I like the stuff he does. And this was not disappointing. This was almost like Ready Player One Part 2. This could have been a sequel to Ready Player One. It was very well done. What else? I've been getting more into reading some books. There's a couple of books that I'm into right now. There's a book called Quality Land. And Quality Land is, it's sort of a modern day Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in that it's very satirical. It was written by a German author in German. It was translated to English. And I think they wanted to turn it into a series on HBO Max that Mike Judge, the guy who did Silicon Valley, this would have been a perfect project. Mike Judge is also known for the movie Office Space. He also did Beavis and Butthead. Anyway, this is a nice follow-up type of sarcastic, futuristic look at life, and how automation has turned us all into idiots. The author's name is Mark U. Kling, and the story is, I'll read it right from Amazon. Welcome to Quality Land, the best country on earth. Here, a universal ranking system determines the social advantages and career opportunities of every member of society. An automated matchmaking service knows the best partners for everyone and helps with the breakup when your match frequently changes. When your ideal match. And the foolproof algorithms of the biggest, most successful company in the world, the shop, know what you want before you do and conveniently deliver it to your doorstep before you even order it. In Quality City, Peter Jobless is a machine scrapper who can't quite bring himself to destroy the imperfect machines that are sent his way, and he has become the unwitting leader of a band of robotic misfits hidden in his home and workplace. And one day, Peter receives a product from the shop that he absolutely positively knows he does not want, and which he decides, at great personal cost, to return. The only problem doing so means proving the perfect algorithm of the shop wrong, calling into question the very foundations of Quality Land itself. Quality Land, which is Mark U. Kling's first book to be translated into English, is a brilliantly clever, illuminating satire in the tradition of Kurt Vonnegut, Douglas Adams, and George Orwell that offers a visionary, frightening, and all too funny glimpse at the near future we may be hurtling toward faster than it's at all comfortable to admit. So why delay any longer? The shop already knows you're going to love this book. You might as well head to the cash register, crack the covers, and see why that it's for you. It is wonderfully sarcastic, and it's just a future ahead enough to be relatable to today, and foreseeing how this could go completely wrong through automation and algorithms. It's very, very well written. So I've been sort of getting back into reading some science fiction like I used to, and I've missed out on a lot. There's a number of books like IQ 84. There's also, I never read Neuromancer, which is a very famous book that Cyberpunk 2077 is based on. I never read it. It was back from '93, and I should probably read that book. It's highly regarded as a very, very good sci-fi book. Very good. And then there's also Snow Crash from Neil Stephenson, which again was set out to be on HBO Max, converted to a miniseries, if you will. And that one is another one on my list to read as well. That's supposed to be excellent. Terrell Cochran said Babylon 5 will be on the CW. Okay. Whatever network it's on, it's just great to see it coming back. There's talks of a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reboot, I think on Hulu. And there's talks of... there's one other one I'm trying to think of that I'm really excited about, but it's still in very early stages of development. The third season of The Orville is set to premiere March 10th, 2022 on Hulu. Cool. I can't wait for that. Chris says the Samsung Evo is still overpriced. If you can show me another drive that operates at those read and write speeds, that's that capacity, that's less than that, please tell me the name and model of the drive, because it doesn't exist. You can find drives cheaper, but they're slower. Nothing is that fast unless it costs more than that at that capacity. Bob wants to know, if I clone my laptop, will I be able to use the clone on a new PC build? I don't know, Bob. Sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. You just have to try it and see what happens. There's no harm in trying it. It won't cause any permanent damage. And you'll just have to let us know if you have any problems. We might be able to help you with it, or you might not be able to do it. Yeah, thank you, Mortmont, for putting the link to the Amazon shop in the chat room there. I appreciate that. It's also in the video notes below the video. Bob Connor says Star Trek Prodigy will be on Paramount Plus this month, and I think on Nickelodeon as well. I'm more of a Star Wars guy than a Star Trek guy, but I will watch it because it's science fiction. I picked up a couple new Star Wars books too that were rated really well. They're back here. I got a lot of reading to do. So, Quality Land. Light of the Jedi. This is supposed to be a really good book. It's a trilogy, so there's book 1. Each book is written by a different author. Book 2, Rising Storm, is supposed to be amazing. And book 3, I think, is next month. So, you can see they're pretty thick books. This is a different Star Wars story. It's not the traditional characters. So they get to explore a lot of different characters that exist in the universe. It's the same universe and the same rules and the same history, just different people. So I'm kind of interested in that. And then Quality Land, as I mentioned, it's very much a modern day. All I can think of is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The sarcasm in it it's this very dry, almost British humor, but it's German. Germans aren't necessarily known for their humor, and that's acknowledged in the book as well, which I think is kind of amusing. There's a sort of self-awareness in it. But so far, I've been enjoying them. Well, I haven't started the Star Wars books yet. And then there's like a bunch of other books I want to get that, once I start looking at these books, there's like, there's another great one. I was looking at it. I actually ordered it, and then they said they couldn't deliver it to me, so I wrote a nasty letter about that. That's a different story for another day. But I know one was IQ 84. That's supposed to be an amazing book. And then there's one other one here. If I can find it. Oh, you know what? It's probably on my phone. Or not. Where did it go? Well, I'll find it. But yeah, I had ordered the book and they said they couldn't deliver the book. I mean, I know if I just get it on my Kindle, it'll just come in wirelessly and I'll have it. But I like having the physical books. I'm old school that way. Anyway, if you know any great science fiction books along the lines of Dune and Battlefield Earth and The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, you know, if you know of like, and not necessarily, the newer the book, the better. Like one of the reasons I'm not too excited about Neuromancer is it's 30 years old. I'd rather read something new like Quality Land, read something fresh and new, even though I understand a lot of the concepts and ideas in some of these books are still considered fresh and new. But yeah, if you know of anything out that you think is outstanding, please put it in the comments. The Sabrent rocket is close in read and write speed. It's also more money. The Sabrent is one of the more expensive drives you can buy. They're good drives, don't get me wrong, but they're not cheap. Silicon Power comes close to Samsung speed. It's $195. I've been using some of the Silicon Power drives, and first of all, you don't get anything like the Samsung Magician or any utility. And I don't know where you go for support with Silicon Power if you have an issue. However, I also don't know if the speed is sustainable in the same way the Samsung drive is. And the warranty on this, I know the Samsung is 5 years. What's the warranty on this? They should all be 5 years. Warranty doesn't say. So the Silicon Power, like I have a bunch of Silicon Power flash drives and I like them, but they're not fast. And well, I guess it wasn't Silicon Power I had a problem with. I had a problem with Team with their support. But I'm looking at some benchmark reviews on Amazon, and this is not performing the way they say it will. Oh yeah, it is. There it is. There's a 3469. Those are okay. This review said maybe I should have paid the extra $20 and got the Samsung, but hey, they all buy from Samsung and Micron for the SSD chips, so it should all be the same quality. Well, I don't know, but I appreciate you sending the link. That's actually pretty impressive. $195 for 2 terabytes for a Silicon Power drive. Good to know. I think the Samsung drive is still faster on reads and writes though. And you're always going to pay more to go faster. And it may not necessarily be a fair amount of money. You know, if you buy an AMD 3900X and compare that to the price of a 3950X or a 5900 versus a 5950X, the difference in speed is minimal, but the price difference is huge. So it doesn't necessarily equate to value. There may be more value in the Silicon Power drive, but there may be better performance in the Samsung drive. But since the price difference, well, the price difference is $40. I don't know, you'd have to make up your mind on that one, but they're definitely not equal. It's just a question of how much the extra performance is, how much you're willing to pay for that. But still, I had no idea you could get a drive that good at that price. So I appreciate you letting me know. Jerry says, do you prefer physical copies or digital copies of books? I much prefer physical copies of books. So the last couple books I had read was The Martian before it was a movie, and Ready Player One before it was a movie, and I loved both of those books, loved them. And then there were a couple of Star Wars books I read. Most of them were not good, but there are a couple were, the Timothy Zahn stuff with Admiral Thrawn, all that stuff is great. I picked up a book called Red Shirts, which is a sarcastic take of the red security staff that are in Starfleet knowing that they're going to die on away missions, and yet, are trying to do what they can to avoid what is their fate because they have a red shirt, and they discuss it amongst themselves. We're red shirts, and you go on the away teams, they're red. So there's this kind of self-awareness, but the book, kind of disappointing. I haven't finished it. I kind of lost interest in it, but I love the premise of it. And again, I'm not a big Star Trek fan. I'm mostly a Star Wars fan. And I also like comedy, and I enjoy satire, and I enjoy action, things that move at a quick pace. Lost in Space Season 3 comes out. Did they even do a Season 2? I couldn't stand it, but I'm happy to see sci-fi regardless. All right, guys, let's wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It is 9:30 at night here, so I still have time to get some things done I need to get done, and I will be back with more videos soon. I will try and get this buttoned up into the case, and we'll pick up from there where we're at with that. With Windows 10, I just wanted to see what Windows 11 was like. It's pretty much what I thought it was. And yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for all the contributions and support, especially Jose with that contribution. It's very generous. And all of you, thank you so much for participating, talking back and forth. It's lovely to, have a conversation instead of me just talking to myself in a room, which I do anyway, but sometimes I like to turn the camera on and let people talk back. So I appreciate it. It's fun. I hope you had a good time. It's good to see you. Glad to be back from vacation. Had a great vacation. I feel a lot better, and I'm ready to get back to work. So prepare for content ahead. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.